defense rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight, true crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
I do too. Welcome. I haven't had my twinkle yet. I've set the stream up though, and I thought I'd get it going so you can watch something whilst I go and make myself another coffee so I can have another twinkle later. Yes. It's actually my second song that I created for this for the channel. My first one, it's a little bit boppier. Actually, where is it? Have I still got it? I think I do. Is it this one? This one. Yeah. This is my first one.
Covering true crime and police arrest, where the judges move and the defense rests. Watching courts and trials, criminals at best, where the gavel drops and the defense rests. If you love true crime and you want the best, won't you find the time and the defense rests?
Yeah, so there you go. All right. Where's Jody? I'm here. Oh Lord. Cindy, you watch far too much literature. True crime. All right. So we are on day 8. Good pause, sorry. Not sorry. Yeah, day 8 of said trial. Hopefully we can get through at least 8 and 9 today, hopefully. Fingers crossed, because... Oh, we're talking about Melody Farris now, are we? Yep, no worries. It's good, isn't it? All right. I'll cue this up because I'm going to pee my pants.
And their suspicions were confirmed. So what it does is it ties together why people did each of the things they did. It ties together why officers were appropriately making decisions they were at each of those stages. And it is used to bolster the particular allegation that the defendant, in this case, possessed drugs with intent to deliver at a location when the search warrant was found. Now, the things I've talked about are not actually direct. So you know, it is a case that stands for the proposition that for collateral but important purposes that meet an appropriate definition of relevancy.
Right. So we're back at the jailhouse snitch. He's back on the stand.
You may be seated. Good morning, everyone.
A
word about tomorrow. We're following the weather situation and
boost.
As you're aware, the weather forecasters have correctly predicted 45 of the last 3-4 storms, snowstorms. So they tend to overpredict.
Really?
About is
about
just
7,
waffler. Maybe 8 in the morning tomorrow to tell you whether we're going to be in session. No, unless from here, we'll talk about it.
That the defendant told you about a police search.
Right, we're an hour into the stream and they're just starting to ask questions. Holy crap. All right, I have it way boosted. Tell me that you can hear it, okay, and then I will.
His house involved in the investigation.
Okay.
What if anything did he tell you about a search of his home?
Well, he told me that you guys had raided his house or whatever, and that you had found a nice amount of money and a little bit of weed.
Can you all hear that?
And what did he tell you about? What if anything did the defendant tell you about where his house was? Did he describe his house to you in some way?
He told me that
I'll
he
be
lived
back.
in Mequon and that he owned his
Mm.
house. He said it wasn't big as everybody else's house, just a small little house, but he owned it.
Okay. Was there a time when you were observing the defendant when?
I thought you were actually telling a story then. And I'm like, who the F, were you born in 78? I don't think you were. I was 7 then. All right. I'll be back.
For you, he was having a nightmare.
Yes.
And what do you remember about that incident?
I remember I was laying there the night before. I told him about it the next day, but I was laying there and I was reading my book and I heard him shout in his sleep before he woke himself up.
And what did he shout that you heard?
He said, "Die, die, die, motherfucker."
And you're quoting as best you remember?
Yes.
All right. And so did you ever have a discussion with the defendant about this nightmare that you heard him have, or these words he said?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And so if you know about how long after that happened, did you bring it up to him?
I brought it up to him the next day.
Okay. And what did you say to him about it?
I pretty much told him, I asked him about the situation about that he was locked up about, and I told him that he was talking in his sleep, when yelling about some stuff in his sleep, and he was like, "What did I say?" And I pretty much told him what. I told him to look me in my eyes and tell me that you didn't do it. And he jumped down from the bed and he looked me in my eyes and he said, "I did it." He said, "That's the reason I have the nightmares. I'm unable to sleep at night because I think about it all the time."
Was there a discussion at some point where the defendant said to you, "Is it that obvious?"
Yes, he did.
And so when did that come up?
Section leading, the very definition of leading.
Rephrase your question.
When, if ever, did the defendant say to you, "Is it that obvious"?
Objections, same exact same question.
That's taught in some law schools that's not a leading question. Others, like the one I attended, say it is. So it's not firmly settled, but I do think in the final analysis, it tends to suggest an answer, so the objection is sustained.
In the discussion that you had where he looked you in the eye and said he did it, what else did he say, meaning the defendant?
Well, after we had talked and I told him, I basically knew he had did it, because I've been around killers. I know killers like pretty much, and he seems like a killer. I pretty much asked him like, how did you do it?
Judge, I'm going to object here.
He has no way of knowing who's a killer and who isn't,
Right.
other than where he has personal knowledge, such as something he would have observed with his own senses. And then there's people who might make that statement based upon the hearsay that we talk about all the time, and that's not even been stated here. So he's making a judgment just based upon no basis at all, really, in fact, that would ever be considered admissible in a court. So please disregard that entire statement. Any question? Thank you.
So when you asked the defendant, how did he do it? What was said next? What did the defendant tell you?
Well, he spoke indirectly. Starting off, he wasn't pretty much trying to say everything that he did. I feel like he was held back, but he said that, well, if you gotta know a person, you gotta learn a person, you gotta be able to know, where they live, how they move when they leave, what they drive. And then he told me, one way of knowing when a person is going to be a certain area is GPS tracking. And he told me Amazon sold GPS tracking that you can put on people's car.
Did he use a phrase to describe the circumstances of his case?
What do you mean?
Did he at some point were you aware of a nickname that some people had given the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point, what nickname did you hear people address the defendant with occasionally?
A lot of times people would say Houdini or Zach Houdini, or just telling me about who my cellie was.
And did they and Was this a nickname that you did you understand why this nickname was given to the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Why was it?
Objection.
What's the relevance?
What on
of
earth
this
is the
nickname?
basis?
Because of what the defendant's reaction is to the nickname. So my offer of proof is when the defendant
Wait,
was
no, Judge.
Well,
I-
no,
I-
he's talking.
No, but I
He's
think,
talking.
okay.
when the defendant was confronted with this nickname, he, according to the
Well,
witness, there was a
well-
reaction that is relevant.
Judge, I think that we had, in fact, the court instructed us to not go into all of this
Well,
arguing about evidence in
well,
front of the
yeah.
jury.
I think the last question was, we started with a why as a word, why? Pardon me?
When the defendant was confronted with this nickname.
Why don't you start with a new question?
When the defendant was called Houdini by individuals, how did the defendant react?
He never denied it. He just would laugh it off or, just go on about his day.
And did the defendant talk about why people were calling him Houdini and describe, what that was about to you?
Yes, he said they called him Houdini because of his case, basically because he made a body disappear, they say, and everybody called him Houdini because of it.
And what can you say about how he was acting when he described that to you? Was he sad, regretful, just neutral? Was he proud? Describe his reaction as he had that discussion with you.
Me, I think he was kind of like proud, but not really showing it. Like he kind of smiled it off. I mean, in jail, like you when you're around people, you got to have like this kind of name for yourself. I don't know. Everybody fighting the same battle in there, so everybody fighting different cases, and he kind of like know his case is big, and because of it, everybody know him. So he kind of like wear that jacket a little bit. He doesn't admit it to everybody, but he does wear the jacket, in my opinion.
Okay. And what, if anything, did the defendant tell you about the circumstances on how he committed the crime? So you've already talked about, he said it took a lot of work. You got to follow the person's patterns, trackers from Amazon. You said all that. So what did he tell you ultimately? Were any of the circumstances he told you about how he did anything?
Yeah, he ultimately pretty much just told me that.
Well, I don't want to hear testimony. He pretty much just told
Okay,
me.
well,
I'm not scolding you. I'm just telling you. You can quote exactly what was said,
Right.
but we don't want your
pretty much.
conclusion pretty much told. Okay.
Okay.
And Judge, a witness is not going to be able to exactly quote. We're not computers. So he's going to say, here's what I believe I was told, right?
Well, I understand. Your point is legitimate.
Okay, so
However, that's a flashing warning sign when someone states he pretty much said thus and so. You may be able to access the information you seek with a different question, but we're 9 days into this trial.
Yeah.
We don't want to ignore flashing warning signs.
okay. So what did the defendant tell you about how he committed the case that he's charged with, and what the circumstances were?
He said that he had seen this person, and he said he stabbed him, and he blacked out. He said he stabbed him, and I just blacked out. And he said he eventually wrapped the body up in garbage bags and got rid of the trash. He threw the trash out.
Okay.
And I asked him, what did he mean by that? And I said, well, like dumpster or trash? And he said, once it's gone, it's gone.
What if anything, did the defendant say about whether after killing this person? Well, all right. So based on what you've said, putting in trash bags, it won't be found. Did you ask him any follow-up questions about things like how he moved the body?
Yes.
Okay. And what did the defendant tell you about how he moved the body of this person?
Well, I asked him, like, I'm like, you did this by yourself pretty much? Well, you did this by yourself? And he said, yes. He said he took him on his own. He didn't have his help with his brothers, because you guys said that his brothers was involved with this. He said he did not have any help. He did it all by himself. And I'm looking at him like, okay, don't look, I don't know if he was telling me the truth or not, because he was not a big guy, but he said, you should have seen me before I came in here. He was like, I was real cut. I was healthy. I was strong. When I first came in here, everybody was calling me Superman. So I'm like, oh.
And did he say, other than his own strength, did he say any other reason why he felt that he'd been able to do it himself?
Other than strength and adrenaline, that's everything he said.
Now, did you ask him, or I'm sorry, what if anything came up about why he did this? Why would he end this person's life?
He said to get back at his kid's mother.
And what did he tell you any more about that?
Yeah, he said that he was angry with a bunch of different things, but he said she kind of bragged about this other guy and that she was happy. He didn't really want his kids around that.
Other than the details you've described so far, did he provide any other details to you about the offense or any other of the circumstances of this case, other than what you've said so far?
He didn't really speak much. He told me what he told me, but he did say, no case. I mean, nobody, no case. And that was where he left it at pretty much.
Now, when you were originally debriefed by the government, were you asked about whether you knew of any other crimes?
Yes.
Okay. And that was back in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And did you bring this particular incident that you have told us you heard from the defendant? Did you bring that up originally when you talked to authorities?
I thought about it, but I did not.
Okay, so can you describe to the jury why, if you had already been confessed to by the defendant, why, when you were debriefed in 2022, you didn't choose to share this with anybody, any authorities?
Initially, I didn't know if me being federal, that would be something that I could use. And then I also didn't want to deal with everything that came with it. Like
what do you mean by that?
Like being put out in the open, like over the news, all over the media, that comes with risk factors. That's a lot of stuff that I wasn't really know if I was ready to deal with.
So, best you remember, had you told anyone about what the defendant had told you up until just a few months ago?
No.
Okay. So, do you have an attorney in your case?
Yes, sir.
And who's the first person that you decided finally to share this information with? Who'd you tell first? Hey, I know some facts about what Zachariah Anderson did.
My lawyer.
Okay. And did you? And what were your instructions to that person? So when you told them, did you ask that person, "Hey, tell somebody this," or what happened?
I talked to him about, because, like I said before, he asked me, what all did I know at this time? Like, are you sure you don't know anything else? And I pondered about bringing that up again, and I brought it up to him. I was like, well, I do know something. And he said he was going to look into it, and he got back to me, and he told me you really should speak up about it.
And after hearing that from your lawyer, did you what decision did you make?
I spoke up about it.
During the time that you roomed with the defendant, describe his sleeping habits if you can.
He barely sleeps. That was one of the reasons we was able to get along. I mean, we both had different schedules. Well, he didn't sleep really at all.
Relevance.
What
Goes to the discussion of the nightmares that he had, and is a part of the discussion where. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, he barely sleeps. Like I say, before I got in the room with Zach, he had told me from the dribble, like, dude, if you snore or anything, I can't be set up with you. I'm either go to the hole or you're going to go to the hole, because I barely sleep at night. And when I do sleep, I like to stay asleep. And I'm like, okay, so being in a cell with him, it worked out fine. That's why we was pretty much good cellies, because I stay up all night and he stays up all night. So he goes to sleep first. By the time he falls asleep or drift off for a little bit, I fall asleep too. And it's pretty much breakfast after that.
I have no further questions.
cross-examine? As you wish.
So, show this counsel to us before.
Where's the sound gone?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Oh,
So you can't.
amazing what you can get done when you run around like a madness. Did I miss anything passing from Mr. Towsmith? Oh, God. What are we waiting for now?
Sorry. Thank you. Is that right?
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Okay. So, Mr. Washington, I'm going to ask you some questions. If at any time you don't understand, ask me to rephrase it. I'm glad to do that. Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions about your current federal case and some of the interviews you gave. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And if there's ever a time that you want to confer with either of the district attorneys before you answer, let me know.
Okay.
Okay. And maybe if you could like scooch up or pull the microphone up a little bit closer and talk right into it because I know you're soft spoken. All right. All right. All right. So I want to start with on October 5th, 2021, you were indicted in the Eastern District of Wisconsin, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 246. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
So this is the beginning of
That's the original indictment
Yes, sir.
on October 5th, 2021?
I believe so.
Okay. And that indicts you and 13 other people in a drug conspiracy. Is that right?
Correct.
And the drug conspiracy is a conspiracy to distribute both, it alleges in the complaint, in the indictment, 280 grams or more of a mixture containing crack cocaine and 5 kilograms or more of a
180
mixture
grams.
containing cocaine, right?
Yes.
But of course, as you talked about on direct, the amounts were far greater than that, right?
That's what they say, yes.
What's
So,
a gram of crack
as
worth?
part of this,
Over there.
you're going to enter into a plea
180
agreement, which
grams.
we'll talk about later, but you're going to enter into a plea agreement with the federal government, right?
Yes.
And as part of that, when they give you the plea agreement, they give you an attachment with all of the activities that you and all the co-defendants did as part of this conspiracy, right?
You
What they
call
believe we did, yes.
And well, it's what you're going to admit that you did, right?
Oh, yes.
So, because you can't enter into this plea agreement unless you admit your guilt, correct?
Correct.
All right. So, in this case, you
280 grams.
you and Brian Phillips and Gerardo Laro are accused, or at least in the attachment to the plea agreement, of pooling money to buy kilos of cocaine, right?
Yes.
And just the three of you alone got more than 9 kilos, right?
Well, that's what they say, yes.
That's what they said. But that's what you know, right?
9 kilos of cocaine.
I didn't say I know that.
Well, you said to the district attorney on direct examination that the entire conspiracy did more than 30 kilograms of cocaine, right?
No, that was for me. That's what the drug amount they put on me.
That's just you. That's what they call relevant conduct, right?
Correct.
And that's directly attributable to you?
Correct.
Okay. And so you did that with Mr. Phillips, Mr. Laro, and others, right?
Yeah.
And you did that in the context of being a a gangster disciple, a gang.
If that was 9 kilos of cocaine over here, the street value of that is 3.6 mil. Holy crap. And that's Australian dollars. So what does that convert to in US? The new, wow. The new update on the iPhone is good. So it'll convert it to US dollars. Woohoo! US. So what did I say? 3, 6. How many zeros? Why is the decimal point? What the? Come on, Jody. 0. 0, 0, 0. No, that's not right, surely. No, that's wrong. Start again. I don't know what this stupid thing's doing now. Come on. So we want to go from Australian. Yes. 3, 6 to US. Currency. Yes. Oh, okay, it goes down. So that's 2.3 million US. Okay. So I was right. Okay. Sorry. What was that? Crack is, well, yeah, we call crack over here is methamphetamine. Cocaine is completely different. It's like the rich man's drug. It's like $400 a gram. But they don't mix the two over here, apparently. Yeah, I don't understand what crack cocaine is, but I'm assuming, well, that would have it because a gram of methamphetamine is, well, that was 12 years ago, 200, I think. So it'd be half that. Anyway, it's a lot of freaking money.
The street gang, right?
I don't
That's
go
what they say. But we're
rabbit
not
holes
gang,
at all.
no. But yes, you can
Okay.
say
Well,
whatever the paperwork says. Yeah.
the paperwork says that, so you're going to have to.
I'm going to interrupt.
Okay.
Who was your attorney?
Matt Ritchie.
Crack over
He's not
here.
here.
No, Mr. Ritchie is
Cocaine
aware
is
that he's
baking
testifying
soda.
and
Ugh.
is supportive of his testifying in this case.
The
Yeah.
has the agreement with the United States been signed?
No.
Not a signed agreement, but not only has the U.S. attorney approved
me.
this testimony, but so has his lawyer.
And but it hasn't gone to judgment yet.
Correct? No.
The attorney's aware he's testifying,
Yeah. I spoke to him yesterday
not
morning.
just about what he allegedly heard from the accused, but also as to his own alleged criminal misconduct.
Well, I mean, he's aware if you testify in a case like this that there will be questions asked of you, to you about. I mean, this is a attorney who has entered a federal agreement with him and was the one who coordinated his testifying with us.
What are we arguing over now?
Some of the questions you're being asked relate to your own personal conduct that could expose you to criminal prosecution.
Oh my lord.
And statements that you make can be used as evidence against you. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You've got a pending case right now. It's not gone to judgment. It's not been resolved. You haven't entered a plea. About any question that seeks information about your own personal conduct. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All you have to do is tell me you want to talk to your lawyer and you will be permitted to do so. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Any question about this?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
So I'm going to object to the question of gang membership. I don't know why that would be relevant to this inquiry.
It will become relevant.
Go ahead.
No.
Thank you.
Why
So
would you?
the three of you were involved in conspiracy. Well,
Never.
there's others too, like 13 total, right?
Yes.
And you shared an apartment, right?
That's what they said, but no.
You didn't share an apartment.
No.
Okay. To store, well, you stored your money and your drugs in an apartment, right?
It was an apartment that we all frequented, but
Right.
and we used from time to time because we dealt with the same people.
Yeah, I wasn't saying you lived there. You shared it to use it for drugs and money, right?
Yes.
And
Money.
you also shared the same supplier, right?
Yes.
And you engaged in fronting drugs to other individuals to sell, right?
Yes.
And you also pooled your individual money to buy drugs, right?
I didn't do that, but people on the case did. Yes.
But other folks in the case did.
Yes.
And you were kind of the head of the whole operation, right?
No.
No? Okay. So you would also service each other's customers, right?
Yes.
So you would share drug supplies and drug packaging, and is that right?
Yes.
And you would also share rental cars in order to service drug sales, right?
Well, that's what they said, but I didn't do that. No.
You didn't do that.
No.
Okay. So, and most importantly, you were designed, the whole thing was designed for you to protect each other from detection by law enforcement, right?
That's what they said. That was their opinion.
Well,
Well, you don't really
so
want to get caught, do you?
let me just get this straight then. When you go to enter your plea in federal court in front of Judge Edelman,
Mhm.
you're going to deny that.
There's a few things that I am going to fight before I sign my plea. Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you talk about that with Mr. Ritchie, your lawyer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So that was the scope of the conspiracy, but they also had, as part of this indictment, had, by the way, I would move to admit defendants D46.
Any objection?
No.
So-
Identify that by
It's a,
literal description?
yep, it's an indictment,
46,
It's
yeah.
the indictment?
the indictment, right.
Okay.
There's a superseding, but that's a different name.
Hello.
So that was the scope of the conspiracy, but also you had, they had some controlled buys on everyone else that was in the conspiracy, including you, right?
Yes.
And between March 14th, 2021 and October 21st of 2021, they did multiple controlled buys with you, right?
Yes.
Totaling 38.7 grams of crack, right?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And they did buys from from 11 other folks, right?
Yes.
Can you get off the desk?
They also
Everywhere.
allege that
Get off.
you threatened one of the informants, right?
Yeah, they said I did, but that didn't happen.
And that occurred on July 10th, 2021, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. And so that was where you and Mario Johnson were out looking for this individual because you thought he was an informant for the police, right?
That was a lie as well. We already knew he was an informant for the police.
Okay. But you were driving around in a black truck with guns looking for him, right?
That also was a lie.
That's a lie. You're going to deny that when you go in front of Judge Edelman.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
That was damn
So
mean.
this indictment in Defendant's Exhibit 246, which was filed on October 5th, 2021, you weren't arrested right away, right?
No, I was arrested, but not here.
You were arrested on October 20th, so 15 days later, right?
Everybody was, yes.
Right. And that was the day they did a raid on your girlfriend's house on Chicory Avenue in Racine, right?
My kid's mother house, Chicory Road. Yes.
Chicory, sorry, excuse me. So, and there they arrested you and they found a backpack with $24,000 in cash, right?
They did not arrest me there, no.
They didn't arrest you there,
No.
but they found the cash, right?
They found her with money, yes.
Okay. And they also found a Taurus G3C 9mm and a small dresser in the closet of the master bedroom, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And that was yours, right?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. So
I'm gonna admit to it.
now, shortly thereafter,
Mhm.
the original indictment was filed on October 5th. And on November 2nd, they filed what's called a superseding indictment. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendants 247. What's that?
That's an indictment.
I'm sorry?
That is the rest of the indictment.
That's the superseding indictment, the second indictment, right?
Yes.
And, excuse me for 1 second. So, just about a week after they raid your girlfriend's house, you said they didn't arrest you right then?
No.
When did they arrest you then?
They arrested me on the highway.
Because you weren't at the house when they raided it?
I didn't live there, though. It wasn't my home. But when they did the indictments and they came around at everybody up, I was on the highway. Everybody else was at their homes.
Okay. So in the original indictment, they charged you with a conspiracy. First, I would move to admit Defendants 247, the superseding indictment.
Well, subject to the question, so far there hasn't been any questions.
We identified it.
He identified it.
Okay.
Received.
So the original indictment alleged a conspiracy running from January of 2020 until October 5th, 2021, right?
I believe so.
And also one additional substantive count of you delivering crack cocaine on April 21st, 2021, right?
Yes.
We talking about the original indictment 246?
Yes, I'm going to compare them to, right?
Okay. So, Judge, I'm object to the nature of the question of comparing an indictment that no longer exists to the new one. I have no objection to getting into the new one, but why does the comparison matter in terms of this
Well,
witnesses.
I'm just going to
harassing.
assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that was part of the concession.
Well, no, I assume this will be. This
I'll,
not an.
I'll make it relevant, Judge.
All right.
In the next question.
All right.
Well, I'm not comfortable with just this. Apologize, Judge. I'm not comfortable with assurances. I'll make it relevant. That's.
Well,
Well,
so
I'm ready to pounce.
I'm well aware. I'm on notice. Thank you, Judge. So the superseding indictment then adds a count for you, a felon in possession of a weapon, right?
Correct.
And they could have, if they wanted to. You're familiar with what a 924C is, right?
Yes.
So a 924C is a federal statute that charges possession or use of a firearm in relation to a drug trafficking crime, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about that with your lawyer, right?
Yes.
And that contains a 5-year mandatory minimum consecutive to any other case, right?
Yes.
And if it's used, or if it's drawn, it's 7 years, and if it's used, it's 10 years mandatory, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So, but they didn't charge you with the 924C. They just charged you with the felon in possession, correct?
Hold on. I'm going to object to the relevancy of this. Again, what we have right now is that this is an indictment. I believe that I have it written down as dated November 2nd, 2021. So it predates anything that has gone on in our case, predates any contact with our case. So why would whatever the maximum charges versus what the federal government charged him, why would that be relevant to his veracity in this case, to his being?
You're welcome to go upstairs if you want, but I'm hoping this will be brief, and you can remain down here if you prefer. Don't talk about the case, please.
Just realised I didn't have my light on. You can't see me. Not that you really want to, but that's not a particularly good one either. Might have to put the other one on.
But they're max.
They waste so much time in this court.
From anybody,
Well,
us or anyone else?
well, I don't know that, and
Well, both
he
counsels-
and the Mr. Birdsall has stated that it's not needed. Well, I think he said sometimes they becomes
At the time of this indictment, they do not. At the time
the
of
superseding indictment.
Correct. Both of these indictments that have been talked about so far predate any information. There's been no discussion of.
Out there, it's lurking as a potential hammer that hasn't been lowered yet.
Just to prevent the.
If he's allowed to take it, he's.
Being up these. So the ones
Yeah, but
Is this all in the front of
the
the
possibility
jury?
of being to making a
just have a couple with the lawyer. I'll ask him.
He,
I'll ask him what he.
and so-
there are many considering the impression that if we need a break.
Oh my God! Now we're going for a break.
Guidelines in a minute. Well, maybe we'll talk about them now. What you think is that the gun is only an enhancement under the guidelines, which are not mandatory, right?
I believe so.
Okay. But you understand that the superseded indictment actually is a substantive criminal charge against you for being a felon in possession of a firearm, right?
Correct.
Now the guidelines, I assume you did a guideline calculation with your lawyer, right?
We came up with some things, yes.
Okay. Maybe just maybe
Got to speak into the microphone so everybody can hear, please.
like I'm right next to you and I can barely hear you.
Yes.
Okay. So the sentencing guidelines you understand are a situation where they have a whole set of criteria to determine what a recommendation to a federal judge will be about your sentence, right?
Correct.
And those are just recommendations, but they're oftentimes followed. Is that your understanding?
No.
No, they're just recommendations.
Correct.
And in your case, there's those are based on having a look at your criminal history, right?
I believe so.
And then, so there's two aspects. One is
I watched it. I don't think I was streaming then. I watched Jennifer Crumbly's, and I think I watched Ethan's as well. But I don't think I had my channel then. My first trial was the Ruiz trial in April of this year, I think. March or April. Yeah, something like that. I've only been on here for, I think, 7 or 8 months, with that. I watched it too. I think one of the best trials I ever watched, that really got me was Take Care of Maya. Yeah, that was, heart-wrenching. Mainly because I think, with my nursing background, I could relate. So, but yeah, no, that was a really, really, really long one, but a good one. MLS. Oh, yes. Well, he is friends with Nick Starrow. Yeah, he's often on his channel, I believe, and Nick is coming as a guest speaker onto the podcast this Saturday to talk about this trial, this one we're doing now. Yes, we did Carly Gregg together. Well, you saw that we did Ashley Benefield as well. We did heaps together, heaps. Oh well, their loss. My game.
The criminal history, and the other is the actual offense, right?
Yes.
And so they take the actual offense and they come up with what they call offense levels, right?
Yes.
And there's a base offense level for the offense itself, right?
Yes.
And in your case, the base offense level is 32, right?
I believe so, yes.
And so what you were talking about is you think it's an enhancement. What you're talking about there is an enhancement for having a firearm in the conduct of this offense, right? And so it bumps it up 2 levels.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what they did.
And so you not only have that, but you also have the actual charge itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I got the charge on her. I thought the charge might have got taken off or something, but either
Took
way,
it
I was
off.
fighting that charge.
As part of your agreement, yes, right? As part of your agreement, that charge is going to be dropped.
The plea that they offered me, the 10 years, yes.
Okay. So, yeah, that's, so.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What was his answer?
I
His
think
answer to whether it was going to be dropped? That
What does that
with
say?
the offer of 10 years, yes?
I think that's what he said.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thanks.
So, and what you're referring to is the mandatory minimum of 10 years for the crime of conspiracy to deliver controlled substances, right?
Right.
And specifically,
Where have you never been to, Tricia? What am I missing? Oh dear. I swapped my screens over because the screen that I've got the main video on that I'm sharing was on that side, and then my StreamYard was on this side, and it looks like I'm looking away from the trial when I'm watching my other screen. So I swapped it over to this one, so it looks like I'm actually looking at the screen and looking at the trial. And now I'm all kerfuffled. Doesn't take me much. Oh, and you've never been sorry. Thank you, darling. Excellent. You can't go now. No, there's no escape. All right.
in the indictment, when they allege specific amounts, and I'm looking at page 2 of Defendant's Exhibit 247, the superseding indictment, when they allege
Why are they
280
going
grams or
to
more
anyone?
of crack or 5 kilograms or more of cocaine, you understand that those levels are specific statutory levels that kick in the mandatory minimums, right?
Correct.
And so those mandatory minimums are designed, well, the effect is that if you are convicted of that specific offense and you go in front of the judge And even if the judge wants to give you probation
Yes.
or a minimal sentence, he has no choice but to give you the 10 years, right?
Yes. That's right.
And this is the first time that you've been in the federal criminal justice system, right?
Correct.
And you would agree that it's kind of a scary place.
I'm actually waiting to hear back to see if Solomon is going to join us on Saturday, which is Zach's brother. Nick was going to ask. We'll see if he was available. So fingers crossed.
For you to be, right?
I guess so.
Well, you're kind of worried about the 10 years. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
And you want to not get the 10 years if you can help it, right?
Yes. I
Oh my
don't feel like I
God.
deserve 10 years, so yes.
Okay. And so I'm sure you talked about this with your lawyer, but the only way, the exclusive way to not do the 10 years
Is to have this plea
is to
bargain.
cooperate with the government,
Yeah.
right?
Correct.
And that's what they call, quote, substantial assistance, right?
Correct.
And the way it works, you tell me if this tracks with your understanding and your discussions with your lawyer, but you agree to provide substantial assistance to the government, and then they decide whether or not it's substantial, right?
I believe so.
And then they decide if it is substantial in their view, that they will file a motion with the court to go.
Right. We've established
And-
that fact.
But
We know what
if
he's
we look
there
on page
for.
6 of this exhibit, just to be clear, 252, in the guidelines, you're a career offender. Is that right?
I qualify as one, they say yes.
Oh my God.
And a career offender is somebody that we have two axes. On the left is the offense level, right?
Counsel, I'm going to approach just
Yes.
close enough so I can see. them.
Right. So they are going through what his potential benefits are for testifying. And yeah, let's just. Oh, look, there's a whole big lunch break there. Surely you didn't want to watch that. Sorry. That was painful. Okay. Next. Play. Come on.
From what year to what year were you guys in a relationship?
Let's say two.
All right. Who is she? Sorry, I missed that. L. L. L.
Petty, Petty.
Kayla
Betty,
Petty.
did you know somebody named Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.?
Yes,
And how did you know Mr. Gutierrez?
he was the father of my daughter.
And from what year to what year were you guys in a relationship?
Let's say 2000, the end of 2007 till
What are we? We're day 8. And we really haven't gotten into any substantial arguments, really. Have we? This is just like
2000. Oh my God,
this is like Lally and how many
16-ish.
times it snowed.
And what year was your daughter born?
2012.
And back in the time frame of May of 2020, was Rosalio involved in your daughter's life?
Yes,
Did he have her for some weekends of a month?
every other weekend.
Did he take interest in her activities?
Yes,
What kind of activities was she involved in that he took interest in?
dance and gymnastics, cheer.
No news on that front yet.
And you indicated that he had essentially placement of her every other
Right.
weekend. Was that the normal schedule?
Yes,
And did he do that every other weekend?
yes.
I just want to direct your attention to May 17th of 2020. That would have been a Sunday. Did Mr. Gutierrez have your daughter or placement of your daughter for that weekend?
Yes.
And so what was the plan in terms of him returning your daughter to you, if you remember?
He was to return her that evening, Sunday.
And do you recall if he did that?
Yes.
And back in May of 2020, what city or town were you living in at that point?
Twin Lakes.
So that's some distance away from Kenosha, the city of Kenosha?
Yes.
And if you had to estimate, how long would you estimate it takes to get from Twin Lakes to the city of Kenosha?
I would say about 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes.
And so on May 17th, what do you remember about Mr. Gutierrez coming to drop off your daughter that night?
He showed up around 8:20 I remember that specifically because he was supposed to come a little
I'll
later, but he did
never
arrive earlier.
tell.
Dropped her off, stayed not very long before leaving.
And was that the last time you ever saw Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
Yes,
Since May 17th at roughly 8:25 p.m., have you ever heard from him again?
no,
Has there been any reach outs by him to your daughter?
no.
I'm going to show you a couple of pictures. So I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. This first one is on State's Exhibit 1, number 251, as soon as it pops up. So in this picture, on the left-hand side, can you see a pink note on a pillow?
Yes,
The relevance?
Do you want me to answer that, Judge? Because I can. The
Yeah,
next picture. I'm now going to show you picture number 252.
that's why I've
Do
skipped
you
a
see
little
that
bit.
close-up of that note?
I do.
And do you recognize who wrote that note?
Yes,
And who is that?
my daughter.
Your Honor, we already had a ruling on this issue. The defense had objected to this, including,
It's a stated objection.
yes, you did.
Take it down off the screen.
Could we have a moment outside the presence of the jury? I can approach in a sidebar, Judge. I don't mind doing that.
Court of Appeals doesn't like those.
Are you for real? This the whole way this judge runs this courtroom is, and the audio, it's all doing my head in. L. Oh no, she's got pretty hair. Where's her hair?
The 7th.
I want to know who shoveled the apron. Ah. Shoveled the apron?
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On May 17th, 2020, you, when Mr. Gutierrez was at your apartment or home, I don't know, you have a house, not really relevant, but were you able to observe what he was wearing?
I was.
And do you remember today what he was wearing on that date?
I do.
Can you please tell the jury?
Tennis shoes, a pair of athletic sweatpants. I do not remember his top.
Was he wearing a hat?
He was wearing a hat.
And was he wearing his glasses?
He was.
No further questions.
I have nothing based on that. Thank you.
Well, that was pointless too. Next. Susan Brown. Okay.
Last name for the record.
I'm Susan Brown Williamson. My last name is BROWN-Williamson.
And so how do we spell Williamson? Just
WILLIAMSON.
Thank you. Ma'am, back during the time period of May 17th, 2020, did you own a residence in the municipality town of Belgium, Wisconsin?
Yes,
And was that at 309 Cedar Beach
Just in case you were wondering, May 17th was in fact a Sunday.
Road?
yes,
And was it in May of 2020, were you trying to do some renovation or work on that property?
yes,
Did you hire someone to help you with the demolition part of your renovations?
I did.
And is anyone that you hired to do some of the demolition for that property
Here in the courtroom today.
Yes,
Okay. Could you point out where the person is who was hired to do some of that demolition and just indicate what that person is wearing today?
he's wearing a grayish shirt and a
No,
suit and tie.
Point
I
to
haven't
individual
followed
as
that
well.
one.
Thank you, Judge. I'd ask that the record reflect that Ms. Brown Williamson has identified the defendant. Ms.
Oh,
Brown Williamson,
Did you all see yesterday that trial that was supposed to start with the bride? It took plea deal last minute. Yeah. I didn't actually watch it. I went to bed, but I did stream it. Yeah, she took a plea. I don't even know what she got.
what was, in general, what was the work that the defendant was being asked to perform for you?
He was doing demo on an old house that preparing for a remodel.
And so what rooms of the house was the defendant involved in demolitioning for you or doing demo for? What rooms of the house? The whole house or just specific rooms?
The kitchen and 2 bathrooms.
Okay. And how was, to the extent that you know, how was the defendant accomplishing that? Was he using a vehicle, or how was he moving things out of that house for you?
So he was demoing and then bagging things up and using his vehicle and my trailer to haul stuff away.
And was your trailer something that could be pulled with a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Did the defendant do this work by himself, or did he have assistance, if you know?
Mostly by himself, and then sometimes he'd have a helper.
And about how many times do you believe he performed work at your house?
And what, if any?
I would guess maybe 8 or 10 times.
And the 309 Cedar Beach Road address, where is that in proximity to Lake Michigan?
It's about a long city block off the shore.
And are there any state parks or significant parks in the vicinity of 309 Cedar Beach Road?
Harrington Beach State Park is across the street.
I'm going to now turn your attention specifically to the date of
May 19th?
Monday.
No, 18th.
May 18th of 2020. Did you have any contact with the defendant that you are aware of?
Not that I recall.
And when you had contact with the defendant, what were the means by which you and he communicated?
Typically phone text.
Okay. So you didn't utilize Facebook Messenger or any of those other services to contact or be in touch with the defendant?
No.
Okay. And is the defendant a person who in some way is connected to any of your children?
I did stream it last night, but it was only the one. Yeah, she took a plea. That was last night or this morning for me. Your afternoon, I think. I don't know. I did 3 streams yesterday, so it's all blended together. And I think I need to put this light on because you can't see me.
How we know Zach is we knew his brother before, so he's the brother of somebody who my son has known for a while.
Okay. And during the renovation of 309 Cedar Beach Road, what was the standard procedure if the defendant was going to do work at that location in terms of any contact with you?
We would often text. I might say I'm going to the house that day, or he might say he's going to the house that day. There wasn't a regular work schedule.
Hey, buddy.
During the time period of May 17th and 18th of 2020, did anyone reside at that property, live there on a daily basis?
In 2020, no.
And was that a residence, again, in that period of May 17th through May 19th of 2020? Was it a residence that
I feel like I'm in the dark.
defendant Zachariah Anderson would be able to enter without you being on premises? Did he know, for instance, where he was?
Yes.
Were you present at that residence at one point when a search was conducted at that residence?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recall about who was searching?
I got a call that Kenosha police were going there, and could I come there? And they had been there once before. It was just 2 or 3 officers that first time. And then I did go up there. I was on my way to Green Bay because my mom was sick. And so I stopped there on the way, and there were a lot of cars and a lot of officers, and there was a cadaver dog. And so I had to stay in the front yard. One of the officers
Yeah.
stood and talked with me in the front
Yeah,
yard.
yeah.
I couldn't go in or be anywhere on the property while they were there.
And in general, without asking any more details, how long did it appear how long were you there at the property while somebody was looking around or searching?
How long was I there? They were there before me, but
Have you got your
so I'm
Tumblr
not sure
yet?
how long they were there, but
Lisa?
I was there probably an hour or so.
When you left, were people still doing some sort of search?
I think I locked up.
Okay, so you think they were concluded when you left?
Yeah, somebody, the person with the dog had left a little earlier. I think he went to the park.
All right, I have no further questions.
What's the point of this witness?
Hans?
You had mentioned that Mr. Anderson was doing demo on your house, and you had mentioned something about him taking the debris back to his house.
Yes.
And do you know how he would do that?
He would use my trailer, an aluminum utility trailer, and he would use an old minivan that he had. He took all the seats and carpet and stuff out of it and was just using it like in lieu of a pickup truck, but he had a minivan, so he put all the stuff in there.
Did you say that he took the carpet out?
It was an old vehicle that was gutted, and then he used it to haul stuff for my, the dirty lath and plaster and all of the stuff that he was finding in the walls.
And to your knowledge, would he use trash bags to put the demo, the lath, the plaster in?
Yeah, he used big black trash bags and some trash cans from my property, and probably some of his own trash cans.
And then he would put it in the back of his van and then transport it back to his house because he had a dumpster there?
Yes.
Now, when on May 28th, 2020, when law enforcement was at your property in Belgium and you were there, had you, after they left, had you walked around your property?
I went inside. I went in and turned off some lights. I didn't go all around the whole property. It's only an acre and a half, but I didn't walk around outside much. I just closed the garage door and turned off lights and stuff.
Okay, and the time that you had walked around on that day, did you observe anything which was in your mind suspicious or out of place, out of the normal?
I can't think of anything. The cadaver dog tinkled in the basement.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Okay, and then after this has all happened, have you been back to the property since?
Yes.
And from that day to the present day, have you ever noticed anything suspicious, out of the normal, as it would have related to why law enforcement was at your house on May 28th, 2020?
No.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Brown-Williamson, I think you mentioned the carpet in the van. You don't know anything about the condition of the carpet in the defendant's van, do you?
I don't think there was any.
You are indicating you are aware that there was no carpet in the van?
Well, the last time I saw Zach, I was standing on the driveway and the van doors were open and there was a ton of stuff piled in there. There wasn't any carpet in there, I don't think. And then they closed it up, hooked up my trailer, which also was heaped. The back of the van was heaped with debris, trash bags and stuff. And then so was my trailer. But when I first walked out the back door, the van doors were open. The trailer wasn't hooked up yet.
Have you ever offered to law enforcement that you noticed something about the carpet being missing in the van? Have you ever said that to any law enforcement officer?
The only thing I said about the vehicle that it was gutted, I said that he was using an old van that he gutted to use for hauling stuff. But I don't know if I said that in person or over the phone.
Well, do you recall
One of them.
speaking to the Kenosha DA's office and not offering any information prior?
And I'm in Australia and got mine first.
Carpet condition in the van?
I probably didn't mention specifically, seats or carpet or whatever else. But I would have just said it was gutted.
Okay.
It's an FU tumbler. he's that the prosecutor's thrown off now
Your belief
because
is that last
she's
time you
just
saw this
testified
van,
that there's
it had
no
no carpet.
carpet in the
It
back.
was a van without carpet in the back, correct?
Correct. I don't think so.
All right. I have nothing else.
No further questions.
Mr. Down, ma'am.
I wouldn't question her either because that's not very good for your case, mate. Just quietly.
State.
Yeah. State calls Andrew Schultz to the stand.
Andrew Schultz. Old Schultzy, eh? Come on, Schultzy. What's the judge looking for? His teeth? Ah. He's got chewing gum. The judge is giving him.
You're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God.
Well,
I do.
Mr.
Yeah.
Schultz, can you state your first and your last name and spell your last name for the record?
Andrew Schultz, SCHULTZ.
And Mr.
look,
Schultz, how old are you
it
today?
hasn't gotten any better,
27.
Cindy.
What city do you live in?
Trust me,
Milwaukee.
they spent the rest of the time, since you've been away, they spent at least half an hour talking about what was in it in the plea deal for the this jailhouse snitch. And then who did we have? Oh, we had Gutierrez Jr.'s ex, who's the mother of his daughter, basically saying that he dropped the kids off on the Sunday, the 17th. Then we had the lady that you just saw, the old lady who owned a property that Zach was doing some renos on, and now we're here. Yep, now we're here. You haven't? No, absolutely not. Yep.
And how are you employed in general?
I work for Primoris Electric doing asphalt.
Thank you. Back in the time period of May of 2020, did you know a person named Zachariah Anderson?
I did.
Is that person here in the courtroom today?
He is.
For purposes of the record, could you point out that person, indicate what that person's wearing today?
Nice suit over there, the blue one with the tie.
Did ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant?
Indicating the accused.
Would you describe the defendant as a friend of yours back in May of 2020?
Of course.
And had you, were you aware of what vehicles, if any, that the defendant owned and operated back in May of 2020?
I was.
What vehicles do you know that he owned or operated?
Let's see, it was probably 2010 Audi A4 and then a late 90s Dodge minivan.
Remember their colors?
Silver and black.
Okay.
He was a
Which one
contractor.
which, if you
Yep,
remember?
he was doing some
Black
demolition
minivan,
for a
silver
property.
Audi.
And back in the time period of about May 17th through May 9th.
She actually testified that the he had basically ripped out the interior of the back of the minivan and there was no carpet in it. So that wasn't removed because of the transportation of a body, so to speak. That's what I'm getting at. It was already out. Nope. I pressed
So I'm
go
driving
instead of
the
go.
minivan.
Okay. And who was the primary driver of the Audi during that period of time, if you know?
I'd still say he was the primary driver. If he let somebody else use it, that was his choice. So.
Well, did you know that he was letting someone else use it during that time period?
I knew he had a girlfriend that would drive it.
Okay. And was she the primary driver of it during that period of time, mid-May of 2020?
I still wouldn't call her primary, no.
What is he, the driving police?
When you were with the defendant during that period of May 1st through May 19th of 2020, what vehicle was he driving?
Either of them?
When you, during that period of time, May 1st through May 20, what vehicle was he primarily driving?
I'll say the minivan.
Okay. And did you know that the girlfriend was regularly driving the Audi?
I think she only used it once or twice, so I wouldn't say regularly.
You and I just talk about this case in my office with a witness present?
Yes.
Okay. Did you indicate to me during that period of time that you knew that the girlfriend, Christine, was primarily driving the Audi and that it had been lent to her because she had crashed a vehicle?
Yeah, I believe I said that, but you only asked if she had driven it a couple times, so
I did?
in the office, yeah.
Okay, and did you tell me that you knew her to be the regular driver of that vehicle during this period of time?
If she only used it a couple times, I won't describe that as regular, but I mean, that's less than a month, so I wouldn't consider that a primary driver of a vehicle.
You believe you told me just a few minutes ago that she only drove it a couple times? That's what you believe you told me just a few minutes ago?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Schultz, when back on the time period of May of 2020, around again, May 17th, 18th, and 19th, when is the last time that you believe you were at the defendant's home?
Let's see. Was it the 18th, Tuesday?
Tuesday would be the 19th?
Then, yes.
So you believe it was Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay. So Tuesday the 19th. About what time do you believe you saw him on Tuesday the 19th?
I would have been around 3:34 after I got out of work that day.
And how'd you get to his house, if you remember?
I drove.
Okay. When you got there, what was the defendant doing?
Just hanging out. I think he was burning some wood from a job he had done. So.
Okay. And where was he burning it?
Middle of his backyard, other side of the driveway.
Okay. Can we describe that as a fire pit? Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And what, if anything, did the defendant say to you about whether he had burning on prior days just before that Tuesday?
I think he said he was burning the day before.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the same fire pit?
Yeah.
And on the date of May 15th, so that would be Friday night, going into the 16th, which would be Saturday, where did you spend the night?
I slept upstairs in his kid's bedroom.
Okay. And on that date, how'd you get home on if you did you leave his house on the 16th of May?
I did.
Okay. How'd you get home?
He gave me a ride.
And what vehicle did you drive in, if you remember?
The minivan.
And was the carpeting in the minivan intact?
I did not inspect the back of the vehicle, but from the front seat, it looked just fine.
Okay. When you were taken home by the defendant on Saturday, was it just you and he?
Yep.
And in general, what location, like what city were you going to?
Back to Milwaukee, where I lived at the time.
Okay. And was the defendant using your address as well?
I had said he could use my address to get mail sent there for probation purposes.
And was he actually living at your address?
He was not.
Is it just me, or does this attorney just ask pointless questions? Like,
how many times have you driven the defendant's vehicles?
Never.
Does the defendant, where does the defendant keep his keys to his vehicles?
I would assume on his person or in his house.
really? What the fuck? Hello, mister. Don't stand on my keyboard.
During the time period just before he got arrested on the 19th of May, how often were you seeing him, like, per week?
Maybe once, maybe less than once on average.
And how did you happen to be associated with him?
I worked for his brother.
We got, the woman says she thinks he didn't have carpet, but the van was full of things. Thought will testify she knew for a fact carpet was
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Good afternoon. The state had asked you about when you were at Mr. Anderson's house on May 19th at around 3 p.m., asked about a fire that you saw going. Do you know if Mr. Anderson would routinely have fires going on in that burn pit?
Usually, yeah.
How frequently?
I'd say out of all the times I was at his property, probably 3/4 of the time there was either a bonfire or we were going to have one at some point.
And in your knowledge, if you know, you had mentioned, I guess, on direct that at that time you observed what appeared to be wood from a job site that he was burning. Was it oftentimes that he would burn things from job sites?
2x4s from like a tear out job, or he did chop down a lot of trees on his property, so there was always wood to burn.
And so it wasn't just he would use the burn pit, to your knowledge, as kind of a garbage disposal per se.
Yeah.
Objection, that's not a characterization. He said he used wood and logs. He didn't say anything about garbage disposal.
That's a leading question.
Judge, it's cross-examination.
Objection sustained. Oh, it is cross. Then I gotta think about it.
That's twice she's had to.
You can cover it on redirect.
You can answer the question.
What was the question?
If he would use a burn pit to get rid of trash.
Oh, yeah, it'd be easier just to burn wood than.
The point I was making, Uford have. It's not 5 a.m. Uda have. I was just saying that it creates doubt for me. That's all.
And take it to a dump or put it in a dumpster and have it picked up. So.
And
Cost
on
a
May
lot of money
19th,
to
2020, when this
empty
fire
rubbish,
was
yeah.
going on, Mr. Anderson didn't tell you not to go by the fire.
Nope.
You could have walked up to it if you wanted to.
I usually do and throw other shit in it for fun.
What,
Stuff.
what kind of stuff? And you can be honest here. What's kind of some stuff that you would throw into it for fun?
Just other 2x4s if I had stuff in my car from other jobs.
And when you were there on the 19th, was the dumpster full, to your knowledge, if you remember?
I don't recall that.
Okay. And when you were there, and you were, I'm assuming, hanging out with Mr. Anderson, during that time, were you able to observe what Mr. Anderson was wearing?
Yeah.
I mean, usually just a t-shirt and shorts.
This judge needs
You just can't remember back that far. That's fine, understandable. But do you remember seeing him with any bloody clothes?
No.
When you were there on the 19th and the fire was going, besides the wood, did you see Mr. Anderson throwing out any what appeared to be suspicious items or anything else into the fire?
No, I did not.
And what time did you leave on May 19th, 2020?
I think I was only there for about an hour.
Okay. Do you remember law enforcement talking to you in this case?
After I had heard he got arrested, yeah, they came to they went to my parents' house looking for me, and then they came to my house in Milwaukee.
And do you remember them asking for your cell phone records?
Yes.
And you provided them your phone.
I didn't know how to pull up that stuff because I'm not great at it, but he figured it out and it matched my hours book at the time for where I had gone. So.
And in that questioning, did you feel as if law enforcement was trying to involve you in the allegations?
A little bit. It looked like they were looking for trips to Kenosha, but other than that.
And do you remember law enforcement asking you about whether you knew anything about a missing person from Kenosha?
I think they mentioned it, yeah.
And you said you knew nothing.
Had no idea.
I have no further questions for this witness, subject to recross.
Didn't you say you'd heard about it? Not that you knew anything about it, but that you'd heard about it?
Yeah.
Okay. When we talk about this burn pit, you mentioned wood was being thrown in there, right? Yes? You got to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. Including construction wood, right? Like, whatever the stuff you do for demo in wood, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see anybody throwing bleach bottles into the fire?
No.
You wouldn't have done that.
No, that sounds kind of dangerous.
All right. What about items of clothing? Like, did you ever see anybody burning any underwear in there?
Nope.
How about jeans?
Nope.
How about boots? Have you ever seen anybody burn any boots in the fire pit?
I have not.
Nothing else.
You didn't just live at Mr. Anderson's house and sit in front of that burn pile to see every item that was ever thrown into it, correct?
I did not.
No further questions.
Nope, nothing.
You missed it,
Nope, nothing. Next. Oop.
That we think the court will have to listen to, at least briefly, because we're up to those witnesses. So I guess the good news is we're up to those detectives. But I fear that us starting and then the court hearing a very quick objection will not be helpful to the court. So we're prepared to call that witness, but I think it's probably going to be quicker if we have some sort of argument about admissibility first. I'm seeing a nod from defense attorney.
More argument?
I take all that to mean you think it's best that we discharge the jury for the day?
Well, were we going to discharge them at 2:30? Was that the court's plan?
I think that's smart.
All right.
I think
there is no further witnesses on today. So let's go to the next day. Let's have another one. Next. So we're on day 9. Where did I put it? I hit it. Stop. There it is. Day 9. Where? We start right about there. CC's. Okay. Hell. Why is there no sound? No sound in the courtroom either.
I picked her up from school.
So is the court feed. They can't get their shit together this channel, I swear.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point out where he's seated, what he's wearing?
All right, now who is this? So again, we're nearly an hour in and we haven't even got to a witness
On
yet.
Friday, thinking that just we had her to bed thinking until 7 or so. But I guess no, I'll come back and the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God. Please be seated.
Please make this a relevant witness.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Sadie Beecham.
Oh,
S-A-D-I-E
okay, yep, very relevant.
C-H-A-M.
And Ms. Beecham, are you currently employed?
Yes.
And how are you employed?
I
So this is Zach's ex. Yeah. It's only taken us 9 days.
community care.
And in general, what city do you currently live in?
I live in Colgate.
And do you know somebody by the name of Zachariah Anderson?
Yes.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point out where he's
Absolutely.
seated, what he's wearing?
Today he's wearing a gray suit, blue tie.
Judge, I would just ask the record reflect.
Indicating the accused.
And how do you know Mr. Anderson?
We had a relationship and we have children together.
When did you first meet the defendant?
I first met him in about 2007.
And you indicated you have children together. How many?
We have 3.
And what year was your daughter born?
Our daughter was born in 2008.
And back in 2008, were you residing with the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point, did you stop residing with the defendant during your relationship?
Yes.
When is the last time by year that you actually lived with the defendant?
2012 is when he moved out.
So since 2012, you've maintained separate residences?
Yes.
Did you continue to be in a romantic relationship, though?
Yes, it was on and off for the next few years. Yes.
And ultimately, what year were your twin boys born?
2015.
And who did the children live with primarily throughout the years from 2012 until 2020?
With me.
And where was the defendant living during those years, the best you can recall?
All over the place.
What do you mean by all over the place?
Well, he had a home that was in Mequon, but his job took him all over the, all over. So he was sometimes in different areas or different states.
And when he would be back in this area, would he continue to reside at that Mequon residence?
Yes.
And then how would he see you and the kids when he was back in this area?
He would like come in town for the
Well,
weekend.
this is the woman that was seeing the victim, and she also told law enforcement that she thought it was Zach who had done the unaliving.
Or he'd come over
This is
on the weekend if he wasn't
testimony.
working. And that's kind of what he would do, is he'd stay overnight at my house with the kids and with us. And then, yeah.
And up until 2020, did he really ever take the kids overnight away from your home?
No, the kids mostly stayed overnight at my house. When he first moved into the house, there were a couple of times where we all stayed there together, but primarily the children were at my house. They had their rooms all set up at my house.
Yeah. Yep. Fuck, buddy.
And fast forwarding to 2019, what was the status of your relationship with the defendant romantically during 2019?
Receptacle.
It was very tumultuous in 2019. It was not, we weren't doing well. It was, it was a relationship on its way out.
And ultimately, did that relationship end for good at some point in 2019?
Yes, December of 2019.
Now, prior to that, in your on and off relationship with the defendant from 2008 to 2019, had you been actively seeking out other relationships during that 11-year period?
No.
To your knowledge, had the defendant been actively seeking out other relationships during that period?
Yes.
Now, what happened in December of 2019 that made this relationship end for good?
I'm going to object that this question is calling for other acts evidence.
It doesn't, well, I'm going to just wonder what the relevance is.
Well, Judge, one of the many, I think, potential defenses here is that she was stringing him along, so I'm trying to lay the foundation for when their relationship officially ended, so then we can get into when she officially moved on. I don't need the details of
the question is much broader than that.
I'll
It asks for a
rephrase.
universe of possibilities. And the other thing is, except in those cases where the one of the parties says to the other, get lost. I don't know when a relationship, quote, officially ends.
Right, which she would explain for us, yeah, but I will specify better.
All right.
Ultimately, in December of 2019, was there an argument that ended the relationship in your mind?
Yes.
And then from December of 2019 through January of 2020, did you have really any contact with the defendant at all?
No.
And does that include him not seeing the kids?
Correct.
It just changed again.
When was then the first time you recall having contact with the defendant after not speaking with him at all in January of 2020?
Sometime in February of 2020.
And what was the nature of that conversation in February of 2020?
I'm going to object as far as relevance. It's also outside charging scope.
What about the relevance?
Well, just state of mind of all of the parties in terms of motive, jealousy, all of these things, about what she understood the relationship to be versus what she had communicated to him, because it then results in what we have accused as of stalking type behavior. So I do believe it's highly relevant and probative in terms of what the relationship was through all the stages up till when we charged the first instance of stalking.
You qualify your question between what, I'm paraphrasing, but what she thought the relationship was, and then you inquire what she communicated to him, so that answering the first part of the question becomes speculation on his part as to what she's thinking. Am I confusing this more?
Yeah.
Okay. What she was thinking, you see the state of mind of all the parties. Well, there are only two parties, the state and the accused. She is a complaining witness.
You changed the audio again.
If he's going to be accountable for behavior in which he should know her thinking, then it needs to have been communicated to him.
Correct, which is why I'm asking about a meeting they had in February of 2020 regarding the status of their relationship moving forward.
I didn't say that was a problem.
Okay.
Why don't you rephrase your question?
Sure. After communication had been reopened between you and the defendant, did you meet up with him in February of 2020?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of the discussion you had with him regarding how you were going to be moving forward together?
So he reached out to me, and I agreed to have a conversation with him, but only outside in my driveway. And so we had a conversation, and in that conversation, I expressed to him that that I was done with the relationship, and that I did not see it being repairable at that point, based off of what had happened. So I kind of made it clear, and wanted to kind of figure out, what an agreeable, something agreeable for the kids, like to see the kids, because that's ultimately what he wanted. So I was thinking that was fine to come up with something to do with the kids, but I was done with the relationship. So.
And did you take any affirmative steps to move on or potentially look for a new relationship moving forward?
I did. I kind of just dabbled on Facebook dating.
And did you meet someone named Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. on Facebook dating?
I did.
And approximately when in February of 2020 do you recall connecting with him over that app?
February 13th.
And did you then start exchanging messages with Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes, we started chatting on Facebook, dating app for a little bit, and then we exchanged messengers and started to chat that way.
Since your relationship with the defendant, since I think you said 2007, was this the first new relationship you had ever really attempted at that point?
Yeah, yes.
Now, at some point, did you and Mr. Gutierrez agree to meet up at his residence on February 29th?
I don't object. There's been a long string of leading questions at this point.
Well, it is, form is leading, but it's, I don't think it reaches the level of suggestiveness as to be objectionable. So it's overall.
You can answer.
Can you repeat it again?
Sure. Did you and Mr. Gutierrez arrange to meet up at his house for the first time on February 29th of 2000?
Yes.
Direct your attention to showing states data 212. Ms. Beecham, would it be accurate based on the to and from? You would be then in pink, and Mr. Gutierrez would be in this yellow?
Yes.
Okay. So he says to you, so don't judge my spot, I haven't cleaned, LOL. You then say back, not at all, LOL. And then you ask, we're just staying at your place, right? Like I can wear comfy clothes, or are we going somewhere? And he responds, be comfy, babe, maybe somewhere to eat, but just chill night. You then say, okay, sweet, I'm leaving soon. And he then texts you 3709 15th Street, apartment 1B in Kenosha.
Yes.
And then he asks you how far a drive is that for you? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Now, up until this point, had you been to his residence, best you can recall?
No.
So then you indicate, forgot my phone, leaving again 50 minutes. And he says, LOL, okay. He asks you about a beverage preference. And then moving down here, he ultimately says to you on 229 at 6:26 p.m., shared my location because GPS doesn't always send to the right place. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
And when you met up with him on February 29th, do you recall having any problems getting to his residence?
Yes.
And what was that problem? Best you can recall.
I went to the wrong building. I went around the GPS took me around to the side of the building. So then when I got there, I called him, and he said he directed me back around where I was supposed to be.
Now, right around that same time frame, did you have some sort of vacation planned with friends?
Yes.
And where were you and your friends?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning the trip that she's about to talk to. The states, this is all hearsay evidence that what's going to come out. She was in Mexico. She did not observe anything that was here, that was going on here.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. You're objecting that it's...
That this line of questioning is calling for hearsay evidence, that they're going to try to get into a situation that occurred here in the state of Wisconsin when Ms. Beecham was away in Mexico. She has no personal knowledge of those other than what was told to her by another individual.
So there's conversation she has with the defendant surrounding this incident. The other individual, Ms. Jekyll, will be present in court and will testify regarding what she witnessed at that same time. But this is giving the context of the state of mind of the defendant when she goes on vacation, and then their communications both via the phone as well as via text message afterwards.
The testimony of the accused, of course, is not hearsay.
Sure.
That's testimony. The statements attributed to the accused are not hearsay. The statements, which, if there are any that are attributed to someone who, how did this other person become aware of the content of the discussion?
So the other person was at Ms. Beecham's home when the defendant came in and caused the scene. So she was a firsthand witness to it, and then Ms. Beecham, in response, had to have contact with both the defendant and Ms. Jekyll.
So you're going to have to make particularized objections to what you claim to be hearsay.
Sure, and it's just, I'll do it as the question goes on, but it is to Rebecca Jekyll. It's not obviously to the defendant.
Okay, go ahead.
So when was this vacation supposed to take place?
First week of March.
And previously, when you talked about having a conversation with the defendant in February regarding the kids, did you mention this vacation to him in any way?
No.
And why not?
Because it was none of his business. He didn't need to know. We weren't together. So There was no reason for him to know what I was doing. And he was going to be out of town as well. So, and I had the kids, I had everything planned for the kids and childcare all set up. So there wasn't really any reason for him to know.
And at what point during this trip did you become aware that something was wrong back home?
I got a call in the middle of the night from a friend of mine stating that Zachariah had entered the home and
Okay, I'm going to object and ask that be struck.
So Judge, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It is literally to get us to the next place. And as stated, well, it's conversations that then are subsequent to this, which are the same day essentially that this has occurred. But then also Ms. Jacob will testify about this, so she will be able to be crossed regarding what she told Ms. Beecham. So it won't just be her understanding of what Ms. Jacob said.
The definition of hearsay is a statement by a person while the person is not on the witness stand under oath and subject to cross-examination, which is offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, which would be the content of what the person told the witness during this, not a believer in the call or A, which is called. Suppose if she
that he was going to be in South Dakota.
And which of your friends did you set up childcare with to watch the kids while you were in Mexico?
My friend Rebecca.
And ultimately, did a situation arise at some point that caused concern where you were contacted about the defendant arriving at your residence?
Yes.
What time of day do you recall receiving that call without telling me what the call was about?
About 3 a.m.
Would that be 3 a.m. when you were in Mexico, or is that that time here?
I'm not exactly sure on the time, but it was about 2, 3, you know, anywhere before between 2 and 3 a.m. In Mexico. So it woke me up.
And at that point, the defendant was at your residence?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Ultimately, did you speak to the defendant about this?
Yes, I called him when I was informed that he was in the home. I called him and he did not answer. And so then I contacted law enforcement.
At any time previous to you leaving for vacation, had you invited the defendant to come over to your home?
No.
And best you can recall, what were the days of your trip to Mexico back in 2020?
I believe it was like March 3rd through the 10th or something like that.
Ultimately, were you able to get text communications through to the defendant on March 6th of 2020?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 199. Ask if this is a phone number for the defendant that you recognize.
No idea, Cindy. No idea.
Yeah.
Although I have just watched, it's a full season of F Boy Island in Australia and maybe New Zealand one as well, and maybe the American one.
So looking at that first message,
It's actually quite funny.
5:36 p.m. on the 6th of March, did he send you a text that says, "Go do your vacation proper"?
Mind numbing. It's good.
Probably going to be almost as memorable as Saturday. Travel safe. No coronavirus or herpes if you can help it. Never know what kind of bug you might catch on vacation. Sometimes what happens in Vegas doesn't stay in Vegas. I don't want the kids to get pink eye. Or is the coronavirus deadly? Is that a text message he sent to you?
Yes.
Kids getting pink eye. Are you for real? You all know what the definition of pink eye is, don't you? Yeah. If you don't, put it in chat and I will answer it.
Then moving down a little bit.
That's
Get a text that says, "Since your new somebody is looking to see you as soon as possible, what if I keep the kids Tuesday night as well? Don't want you to have to sneak anyone into the house after sending the kids to bed. Don't want the kids coming downstairs to pee and overhearing any sweet talking. Might mess with them hearing you and the new boo calling each other babe and whatever." And then you respond to that? with honestly, babe, first I think it's fucked up that someone is keeping you updated as they somehow think I were to start dating again, that it's a bad thing. Second, why do you care to continue getting updates from said informants? LOL. And third, I don't need your help to find happiness. You had your chance. Many, 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 many. Was that your response to him?
Yes.
No, it's got nothing to do with that.
Just offered to watch the kids. Don't get
Pink eye, apparently, so I've heard, is caused by a bodily fluid getting projected into one's eye. And to be talking about that with regards to children, so many levels of wrong.
mad because people want to give me reliable information when you don't. It just happens to be about the guy you dumped me for, I suppose. There is some curiosity for sure. And then his next message.
No, but his text to her was, I don't want the kids to get pink eye. Pink eye is, as far as I'm concerned or aware, that is in reference to that, what I explained.
3 years at AT&T was a downhill slide. I wish I would have made you and the kids come with. 2.5 years after that has been mostly
Yeah, that one.
Anguish and crying all alone.
That one.
Suicide. Not sure what popped in my back.
Not the first one, not the last one.
And I want to rest. I want the rest of my days to have love and happiness. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Well, your definition over there must be completely different to ours.
During this time frame, had that gotten better?
Yes, he told me it did.
And thank goodness for that.
Same day, the boys said some guy came over to hang the TV. I asked Liv if it was Leo. She said she asked Becky, and Becky couldn't help smiling. I wish she paid as close attention. And you respond with, the boys were all over Tony when he was hanging the TV, and you should probably stop probing our 11-year-old for information. Geez, cut it out. I'll fucking tell you if I'm into someone, good God. And, oh, you were expecting indiscretion around my babies, our more than impressionable daughter. Fuck no, I want her to know how a man is supposed to treat her, not control her and make her fear him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then he responds back later on that evening, I won't stalk you. You have told me more than you needed, just putting some thoughts and feelings down. Your goodbye was very abrupt, still sorting myself out. Figured you could just ignore it or laugh at me. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Up until that point, had you told the defendant anything about your new Facebook dating relationship with Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
So you never told him anything about calling Mr. Gutierrez Leo?
No.
And just to be clear, Mr. Gutierrez was not on this Mexican vacation with you?
No.
So based on your conversation in February of 2020 with the defendant, did you believe you owed him any explanations about your personal life?
No.
And why did you believe that?
Because we were not together. We were not in a relationship. He was not allowed in my house. I was afraid of him, and we were not together.
So why was she afraid of him?
Now, ultimately, when you get back from vacation in Mexico, do you continue seeing Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
Yes.
And would you describe your relationship as progressing towards something?
Did she establish why she was afraid of him? Did I miss something?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 213. I believe you stated you got back from Mexico, you believe the 10th?
Yes.
So were these some text messages between you and, well, starting from Rosalio from the 10th of March after you got back from Mexico?
Yes.
And did they include phrases such as, have I told you that when I kissed you, that I knew you were the one for me? And have I told you that I prayed for someone like you to come into my life? Leo then says, I feel like he answered my prayers. Babe, I honestly feel like we have happily ever after potential. Was all accurate?
Yes.
And then ultimately on that same day, later that night, you respond with, "You did tell me and I like that."
Yes.
And then he says, "Love, confession time. I'm head over heels for you. Like I totally know you are for me. Like no questions asked, you are for me." And you respond back with, "I feel some fantastic things are going to happen with us," and then a heart emoji.
Yep.
Now, up until this point of your relationship, have you really told anyone in your life kind of what's going on with you and this new guy, Rosalio Gutierrez?
The only one I told was, well, my close friends. So my best friend, Rebecca, other friends that were close to me.
And would that be the same Rebecca, Becky, that was watching the kids during your vacation?
Yes.
Did you tell anything to your, at that point, 11-year-old daughter regarding this new relationship you were starting?
No, I didn't disclose it
And why is that?
because it was a new relationship and it was kind of new territory for me. So I didn't really want to talk to her about that yet. I didn't feel it was appropriate.
Is your daughter kind of inquisitive?
She is. She's very curious. She was into phones at that time, so also it was a matter of just her not going into phones and things like that. So I knew she was gonna try to find things out if she knew somebody's name or if she knew something. So I just kind of kept those things to myself right at the moment.
At some point in March, does your daughter learn the name Leo?
She did.
And how did that happen?
So I picked her up from school and we were in the car and on the Bluetooth, the name popped up. So, and it was Leo on the screen. And so then she had asked who Leo was and I said, "Oh, it's, a friend of mine." And, she said hi, he said hi or whatnot. And then we just kind of ended the phone call. And I just, explained to her that it was a good friend of mine.
Now, obviously, there was an incident that happened with the defendant being at your house while you were in Mexico. When you got back from
I
Mexico,
don't object. That question is argumentative.
The formation of the question.
I can rephrase it.
That would be
After you found out the defendant had been at your home in the early morning hours while you were in Mexico, after you returned, did you set up another meeting with him?
Judge, same objection.
The problem is the formation of the question imports.
I'll rephrase again.
Thank you.
After getting back from Mexico, did you set up another meeting with the defendant at the chocolate factory?
Yes.
And what is the chocolate factory for those of us that aren't from your area?
It's just a sub shop, like a sub sandwich shop.
And what was the purpose of this meeting at the chocolate factory with the defendant?
At this time, I had papers for working out a schedule for the kids. So I wanted to discuss like an amicable schedule and agreement so that he could see the kids and that it wouldn't be while I was at home and like it was before. So I just wanted to sit down and come to some kind of an agreement that maybe we could agree on to take to like the courts and just, show them that we agreed on the schedule. And so that was my intention of that meeting.
And you indicated that was your intention. What do you mean by that?
My intention was to meet to discuss the children's schedule for the kids and something that we could agree on.
And did the defendant have that same goal in mind, or was he also trying to do other things during
I
that
don't
meeting?
object as far as speculation.
Well, based on his answers and responses, I think.
Well, for starters, it's a leading question.
What did the defendant say during this meeting that was perhaps different than what your intention was in having the meeting?
He wanted to talk about how he wanted to get back together. So it was, he didn't want to discuss that. He wanted to talk about why we weren't going to get back together, why I couldn't, he just tried to get back together with me. It was more about that.
And what was your answer to him about wanting to get back together?
I again just kind of iterated that the relationship was over and that it just was past its point. So it was more about the kids at this point. I just wanted to come up with something agreeable for the kids.
And after this meeting, did the defendant finally give up trying to get back together with you?
I don't object, speculation.
Sustained.
What, if anything, did the defendant do after this meeting towards you that made you believe potentially he wasn't ready to give up on the relationship yet?
He would constantly text me, call me, send me, emails, these kind of woe-is me emails, and just trying in every direction to try to get back with me, or just try to like almost in a harassing way, like just constantly emailing me all hours of the night, texting all hours, bringing me flowers, just.
And during this time frame, roughly March 16th of 2020, do you recall finding out that your daughter had gone through your phone?
Yes.
And did you, show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 214, at least a couple of texts between you and Rosalio, regarding the fact that you had found that out. 3:16 at 4:27 p.m. Liv got in my phone, LOL, and then he reacted with the laughed at and just saw this text. What did she say? Is that accurate?
Yes.
And how did you know that your daughter had gotten into your cell phone?
Because she confronted me about it.
So had she read some of the messages between you and Leo at that point?
She said that she saw a message from Leo to me.
Now, as March progressed, was the contact with the defendant the same that you previously talked about him trying to get back together with you and things like that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States 200. Text messages from March 19th at roughly 11:32 in the morning. From the defendant to you. Well, you getting your hair pulled by your new boo tonight and tomorrow? I'm not sure what time I will be home later and if I have the kids tomorrow. And you respond with WTF, either help or don't. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What was this conversation about? If you could recall.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I asked him to help with the kids or something.
And then later on, at 11:41 that day, he says, damn, put the gun down. I got the kids tomorrow and next week. And then he says, I'm saying maybe I get them in the mornings. You got it, someone. We can be pals all you want, but I'm dying inside and don't want to be left out in the cold. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then further down, a little bit further down that day, he indicates to you that he loves you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then there's a text at 7:45 the next day. Since you are going to be checking your messages later, and I don't want you to have messages from all your new dudes and not me, and he sent you that message. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Dude, she doesn't want you. Move the fuck on. Really? You're embarrassing yourself.
And then moving on to March 21st of 2020, a message from him at 5:20 p.m. You and Leo got date night tonight. What's the plan?
None of your business.
Yes.
Had you ever at that point personally told the defendant who Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. was?
No.
So when he knows the name Leo, that's not something you ever shared with him?
No. My daughter probably did. As far as I can see, she's come across as fairly credible to me. On those text messages, he sounds like a douche. Yeah. Yeah. That right there is
Now,
jealousy and
subsequent to some of those
control.
text messages you just saw from the defendant, does he continue to do things to try to get back together with you after that?
I don't object as far as speculation.
She can testify as to what her perception of the events was, but the jury will keep in mind that she's incorporating her perception, her conclusions, and it's not, she has no way of knowing, obviously, what's in his mind. Go ahead.
Based on your perception of the defendant's words and actions subsequent to some of the texts we've seen from the middle of March, does he continue to try to get back together with you in the following weeks?
Yes.
And does he do that in the same ways you previously described regarding phone calls,
The
text
old
messages,
green-eyed monster.
gifts?
Yes.
Does he continue to tell you that he loves you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 202, text messages from March 29th of 2020. At 10:07 p.m., does he send you a text? I don't have any fight for you. I don't have any arguments. I have some questions, some feelings. Good night, Sadie Bear. I love you. Does he send that to you?
Yes.
Then good morning. Have whatever kind of day you want. I love you.
Yes.
Then does he
Oh, dude. Seriously?
call you? It appears 3 times between noon and 4:30 p.m. on the 30th.
Yes.
And then on the negative 31st, does he send you a text? And I love you.
Yes.
And to any of these texts, do you respond in kind?
No.
So moving into April of 2020, have you still, I'm sorry, strike that. Moving into April of 2020, have you chosen to share any information about your new relationship with the defendant?
No.
In conversations with you, does he have information about Mr. Gutierrez that you did not share with him?
Yes.
And what kind of information does he share with you in the early parts of April of 2020 that you did not share with him that he somehow knows about Mr. Gutierrez?
His name, and also he mentioned where he lived.
And during the early parts of April of 2020, based on efforts and deeds by the defendant, is it your perception that he's still trying to get back together with you?
Yes.
And would it be in all the same ways that you've previously testified, gifts, phone calls, text messages?
Yes. He would use, and sometimes he'd use 2 different phones to text me on, so it would get kind of confusing. So it would either be like texts, emails, texts on 2 different phones, just a lot of harassing, trying to get back together. Why can't we? Just not letting it go.
And were you aware that during some of these phone calls between you and him that he was recording you?
No, I did not know at that time.
I'm going to play for you a video recording regarding a telephone call from April 8th of 2020. Exhibit 255.
Sorry, if you don't mind just pausing, if you could just let us know the timestamp of where you started playing it from.
Yes. 9:04.
And finally, but you're not giving me the thing. You want to keep confronting me about something that isn't fucking there. I'm not asking for it. I don't know what you're asking. Get the fuck over here. Leaving you your space. I send you a text message. I get a cold fuck off every night. No, you don't. Yeah. I say good things to you just the same as you say to me. It's not good enough. Fine, it's not good enough. Is it ever going to be? No, you don't say the same as I say to you. And that's okay. That's okay because I've earned it. I know I did. I'm not trying to not say I love you to you. I'm trying to play every card I can to say that there's a future here. Every time something happens and I'm like, fuck you, you're killing me. You answer it, you see? You try to pushing me away. Dude, I'm fucking dying over there. I'm asking for your time and attention. I'm asking that we come together as a couple and raise our fucking kids. I don't have that information right now. I don't know in that space right now. I'm telling you that. It's not any different right now. Not a day or two in the space. I don't see it making a change in a day or two. Not a day to get up now. Don't get a lot of you. 4 weeks, 3.5 weeks. Tell me about the other girlfriend, about the son of it. I understand. I get it, and I'm not appreciating it. I see it. I understand. It's not that. It doesn't flip the switch. I'm not asking for it to flip the switch. I'm asking for some reciprocity. Not the understanding.
Stopping at 10:57. So in that conversation, do you recognize the two voices that you heard?
Yes,
And who are those two voices?
that's Zachariah and myself.
And did you know that that was being recorded?
No,
And when you indicate that you perceived he was trying to get back together with you, is that what you're talking about?
yes,
And did you have any interest in getting back together with him?
no.
And how would you explain that to him when he would bring this up time and time again?
I would just try to explain to him that, that I still, cared about him, as the father of my kids, and that I wanted things to be, as civil and amicable as possible, but that we just couldn't be in a relationship. It was just too toxic. It was too. I just kept reiterating that to him that, I didn't want it to be ugly. I just wanted it to be done.
Now, in this time frame, are you still seeing, this would have been April 8th of 2020, are you still seeing Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes,
And is that relationship progressing towards something in your opinion?
yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as dates 2/15. Text messages from April 17th of 2020 between you and Mr. Gutierrez.
Sorry, counsel, the date was?
April 17th, 2020. Is this text read from, he's now on your phone as Junior, is that accurate?
Yes,
And why is he now on your phone as Junior when before it was Leo?
because he started harassing me about Leo, and my daughter knew that.
Sorry, when you say he started harassing me, who do you mean?
Zach started harassing me using Leo, and I kind of started having a feeling that my daughter was giving him information from my phone, and she knew that his name was in my phone as Leo, so I changed it so that she wouldn't be able to find it as easy and report back.
So April 17th, he says, babe, I miss you. And you respond back, I miss you too. I think I'm kind of falling for you, Rosalio. And then he loves that message. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And at this point of April of 2020, how often are you able to go see Mr. Gutierrez?
We tried to see each other like every other weekend or a couple times a week.
And have you involved your kids in any of those meetings in any way?
No.
So when you go see Mr. Gutierrez, who would potentially be watching your children?
So at this point, we had, Zach was very adamant about seeing the kids and having them stay at his house now. So I allowed kind of to let him do that, and we didn't have a schedule. So it was too hard to kind of nail him down with a schedule because he would just want them whenever. So I kind of worked with that. So it was whenever he wanted the kids for a couple of days, and then he would usually have them, and then I would go and hang out with Rosalio.
During April of 2020, would the defendant make comments to you about you not being home at night?
So there were a few times where I would stay over at Rosalio's, and then I would get like text messages from Zach saying, oh, I see your car's in the driveway, or you didn't come home last night, or yeah, things like that.
Approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 203, text messages between you and the defendant from April 21st. Now I see the first one we're talking about April 21st at 9:58 p.m. appears to be a series of dots from the defendant. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then you respond back about an hour and 15 minutes later with a series of dots?
Yes.
Is there a reason? Is there some meaning to the dots, or is that just how he texted you that day?
I just responded to what he texted.
Now, looking down, now we're a couple of hours later, now 1:43 in the morning, a text from him that says, I am sure he is a great guy. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then roughly 6.5 hours later at 8:15, he tells you, we stopped by to grab warmer clothes for heading to the lake house. Looks like you didn't make it home, ... again. And you responded back, I'm about to be in a conference call in a minute. In short, I'm tired of all your accusations about where I am. You're really overly paranoid. And then you tell him, I'm just that Becky's, you fool, enough. And then he says, it wasn't an accusation, it was an observation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now,
Why was he even observing?
in terms of that day, did you talk to the defendant about what your plans were after you dropped the kids off? Did you give him a play-by-play of what you'd be doing that night?
No.
And why not?
None of his
It
business.
wasn't any of his business. I wasn't in a relationship with him, so
Mhm.
he didn't need to know what I was doing and where I was coming and going.
Turning your attention towards April 24th, April 25th, what day is your daughter's birthday?
April 25th.
Hands that
And
day.
what was the plan between you and the defendant regarding who would have the kids for that special day for your daughter?
So we had come to an agreement that we would have separate birthday parties for her birthday
And why is that?
because I was not allowing Zach in my house. I was afraid of him, and I had suspicions that he was keeping tabs on me. So I just wanted to keep him as far away from me in that situation. So we agreed to have birthday parties at his house, one at his house and one at mine. He had bought our daughter a skateboard, and he wanted to present the skateboard to our daughter as a family. And so I agreed to meet them at his house to do that. And so the plan was that my daughter and the kids would stay at his house the night before her birthday. So then I could decorate the house and get everything all set up for her birthday party after his house. So the plan was then the next morning I would go to his house, meet the kids there, present the birthday present to Olivia or to our daughter, and then take the kids back home with me, and then we would have our birthday party there without him.
And on the night of the 24th, did the defendant take the kids to his house as planned?
Yes, he did.
And did you then have a company come to your house that night?
Yes, I invited Rosalio to come over.
And was he going to help you decorate for the birthday party?
Yes, we eat dinner and he helped me decorate.
And did Mr. Gutierrez spend the night that night?
Yes.
And did something happen in the early morning hours that caused you concern in terms of hearing something?
Yes, so we were getting ready to retire, go to bed. I don't know, it was like 2:30 in the morning. We just laid down, and then I heard the doorbell ring. And I was kind of like, what's that? And I got up, and we both got up and went to the door and I didn't see anything or anybody. So then I went to the window. I had like a bay window that was outside of my bedroom, and I kind of opened up the blinds and peeked out. And as I peeked out, I saw a black car going past the road right in front of the house. And I just assumed, knowing that Zach had a black car, that could have possibly been him. So my thought was that, oh my goodness, he was here at the house and rang the doorbell or something.
And you indicated, obviously, Mr. Gutierrez was there that night. Was the plan for him to be at the party the next day?
No. Yeah, he was there that night. I kind of briefly told him I thought that my ex had been at the house. And so then that morning, he went out to his truck and he came back in and he was like, hey, did I go to my truck last night? I was like, no. And he's like, well, everything's all messed up in my car and things are like outside of my glove box and they're laying on my console. And he's like, I think he may have gone in my car last night. I'm like, oh boy. So, we just kind of parted our ways. I said, I have to go to this birthday party. And we agreed to talk later.
I'm just going to show you what's on State's Exhibit 1, photograph number 1. Do you remember, is this the truck that Mr. Gutierrez was driving or had driven to your house that night that was gone through in his words?
Yes.
And is that with license plate? Looks like Colorado BAZT26.
Yeah, Colorado plates.
Now, you had talked about what the plan was supposed to be for your daughter's birthday. What ended up actually happening on the 25th after the doorbell incident early that morning?
Welcome back.
We went to, I went to his house and had the get together. And Zachariah's sister surprisingly came into town unexpectedly to surprise her daughter. Her daughter was very happy about that. And she was not very happy with me. She refused to hug me or kiss me that day. She didn't talk to me very much. I kind of had a feeling something was off, and that maybe she knew that Rosalio came over last night, but I didn't know how. So, it was kind of awkward. But then we were getting ready to leave, and our daughter asked if her aunt and everybody could come over to our house. So I had agreed with the caveat that they would all stay outside and hang out on the deck, because I, again, did not want Zach in the house, and especially after having this feeling that my daughter was hating me and it was her birthday, and it was just also weird. So like I said, I agreed to let everybody kind of come back to the house and hang outside. We opened presents, had cake and everything, and then our daughter wanted to stay over at her aunt's house. So I agreed, said that was fine. And then, so as everybody was leaving, Zachariah wanted to stay and talk to me. And I said, well, can we talk with your family here? And he's like, no, they can go. And I said, no, I want to talk with your family here. And so he confronted me kind of at the door and said, I had this premonition that you were with somebody else last night, and you were wearing,
seriously, dude,
you were wearing this pink tank top, and you were listening to this song, and I know what song you were listening to, and come on, tell me, and just harassing me and badgering me about this premonition that he had, and I have these when when I break up with people, and that, and I'm like, I don't know what you must have been here last night. The only way you would have known any of this. And he's like, no. And then we got into some kind of a back and forth about it. And he started walking away. And as he was walking away, he was like, yeah. His name is, and he just rattled off his name, his full name, and yelled it at me and said, and, he's Mexican, and just rattled off things he should not have known. And so that I said, you had to have been here. And he didn't tell me until he finally kind of came close to me and said, yeah, I was. I needed to know. And yeah,
all right. Well, sorry, mate, but you've done your dash with me. Like, get the fuck over it. The whole skateboard thing and luring her over to his house, that's all manipulation to get her there so they can spend family time. He's looking for any excuse he can get to, and he's using the kids to do it. Sorry. Yeah.
Kind of the conversation.
I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as States Exhibit 51 and 52. Can you just tell me what these are?
Pictures of the inside of my house, the birthday party with the decorations and my kids.
I would ask to publish these to the jury without using the envelope given the minors.
Can I see them first?
Oh, absolutely. 51 and 52.
I don't understand why everyone that I've spoken to has made her out to be, they call her Shady Sadie. She comes across as quite credible to me. He sounds like a controlling douche.
Ms. Beecham, in these pictures, is that what the decorations look like the night that you and Mr. Gutierrez set up the night before the party?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, like, even the, what was it you said? Like, "Oh, you're not I tell you I love you every day, and you're not reciprocating." Well, no, dude, because she doesn't fucking love you. Move on. So he's blaming her and making her out to be a bitch because she didn't say the shit that he wanted to hear? No. No, 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 no. No. Grow yourself some balls, get your fucking shit together, and find someone else. She don't want you. Yeah. I don't see any issues with this at all. None. She's been sensible. She hasn't included the kids in it. Yes, the daughter's inquisitive. We've all had 12-year-olds, especially if she's being prompted, which no doubt she probably was. And that's not fair on the kids. They're, too many parents put the kids in the middle of shit that's got nothing to do with the kids, and that is wrong.
Yeah, so it's State Exhibit 1 and 3.
Are we going for the pinata suitcase yet? Yeah, no, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that he's innocent. Sorry. Not at all.
This investigation, were you made aware of some videos that had been recovered from the defendant's Motorola G?
Sorry, keep stopping it, but the people that I've spoken to, like, there is a lot of them that are absolutely adamant, beyond, like fully passionate that he's innocent. I don't understand how you can ignore those text messages and phone calls and all that shit. How can you just wipe that? That's not normal. I don't get it. And all right, so given that I know that Nick Calistero is on Zach's innocence, and quite a lot of people are, and perhaps that's based on a legal basis where they think that reasonable doubt wasn't met, the burden wasn't met, but that's the only reason I can think that they would, so far, that's the only argument that I can think of. Yes, okay, I haven't heard the rest of it, but certainly the scales are tipping. Me, anyway.
Yes.
And were those shown to you at different
Yeah,
points to see if
that's
you could
not
identify
fair.
anything in the videos as being your residence?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
were you able to do that?
Yeah,
I'm going to play the first one,
yes,
which is State
I
Exhibit
actually,
1.
I came into this thinking that, because mainly the people that I speak to are all free Zachariah. And so I came into this thinking, oh, okay, well, it must be obvious. All these people are educated, informed people. But this, it's wrong. I don't know. I did have an open mind coming into this, all right? So
from your home.
I'm with you, Tricia. I'm with you. Oh, there you go. Scales are tipping for you too.
So when you say that,
Yeah, especially a 12-year-old. That's an impressionable age. Not fair.
Right into the kitchen, and then that goes, if you look further, that looks even further into the living room.
And were you able to identify the decorations that are currently strung there as the same ones that you and Mr. Gutierrez
I
had?
object, Mr. Lehman.
Did you recognize the decorations that are seen in this video?
Yes, you can see the happy birthday string that's on the top there, that is in the picture. And some of the color of the top, the red and cream paper.
Then I'm going to show you from State's Exhibit 1.
Sorry, just for the rule of completeness, I want to ensure it was that entire video, the video in its
So,
entirety, please.
hang on. He had the kids that night, and he's packed the kids up in the car and taken them over back to Mum's house to look in the windows.
A 16-second clip of a video was played in its entirety. Now I'm going to show you from State's Exhibit 1, item number 319.
Oh, look, Moses is in the background. That one right there. Oh, and Santa.
And Colin also played this in its
Welcome back.
entirety. It is a 3-minute and 6-second video. And Ms. Beecham, let me know when if you recognize.
Yeah, that's not on. Yeah. Although, Cindy, I watched his interrogation, his police interrogation, when they first called him in, and they did it under the accusation of stalking, when they were really interviewing him with regards to Mr. Gutierrez going missing, but he wasn't aware of that at the time. So, and having watched that before I even started watching the trial, he came across as really credible and honest, and he didn't pause. He didn't have to stop and think about his answers. They were fluent, and his body language was comfortable, like he seemed at ease. So I came in thinking, well, with an open mind, but I came in thinking that I would be convinced of his innocence, and I'm not yet. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, look, they're going to feel so guilty. They want to do the right thing by both parents, and they're going to upset one of them no matter what they do. And that's not fair. You knew I would think what? What? Which bit? Oh, look, every time my parents fought, it was go and tell your father this, go and tell your father that. That's not my audio, or video, that's them. So what did you know was going to
That's a window that's looking so you can see into my living room. Those are the curtains.
I can't even remember what I said, Anna. You have to spell it out for me because I don't remember what I said. I haven't had enough sleep.
So Ms. Beecham, the first video that was shown was kind of, you could see a kind of a patio and then a sliding door. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So where is that in
Couldn't see
reference
that,
to your house? Like
actually.
what room is off of that looking into your home?
So that would be the back side of the house. So there's like a side stairs that would go up. And then the deck goes around the back of the house. So it would be looking on the back deck, which is kind of big.
Yep.
So the back side of the house into the kitchen is where it looks directly into.
And then you said the second
100%,
video was
100%.
looking into your living room?
Correct. So then that would be the side of the house here. There's two windows. So that would have been one of those windows that you could see directly into the living room.
Have you seen this, Anna?
Now, prior to playing those videos, you indicated that
What did you watch the trial?
at your house, the defendant talked about a premonition regarding what you were wearing. How did he describe what you were wearing that day to your best of your recollection?
He described exactly what I was wearing, the exact color of my shirt, and exactly what I was wearing.
And you talked about him referencing music or something to that effect.
Fuck, how am I going to go on the weekend if I'm in opposition? Oh, I suppose that will mean for good discussions.
What was he saying about that caused you any concern, if anything?
He named the song that we were listening to, and he asked if that was the song that we were listening to, and I told him initially I said no, and he said, oh yeah, well, let's see, let me in the house and I'll put it on. Let's see what the last song you guys were listening to last night, and you can prove it to me that you weren't. And I was like, no, that's crazy. But he named the song that we were listening to, so I knew that he had to have been listening or heard it or somewhere in the vicinity. So it's a newer song. He wouldn't have known that was a song that I was listening to.
And do you recall what that song was?
Don't Touch My Truck.
No worries, Elizabeth. Oh, look, the sun's up again.
Showing you State's Exhibit 204. Now, after the defendant tells you these things about his premonition, and ultimately details, and he leaves your residence, you guys continue to argue via text message.
Probably.
So, April 25th at 1:55 p.m., you tell him you're not a psychic, LOL, you're a stalker and not a good one. He responds back with, I did say I was. These types of things come to me mostly with separations. Stalk you, I am not stalking you. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Oh, the other one.
And then there's a hour and 45-minute phone call that occurs. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what was being discussed during that phone call?
I was telling him to leave me alone and to stop stalking me and having our daughter involved.
And then subsequent to that phone call, is there another text exchange starting at about 6:03 p.m.? You texting him, maybe you can plan more time stalking me and taking pictures of me in the privacy of my home. And he says, what the fuck are you talking about now? And you said your lack of boundaries and your harmful actions. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then he tries to call you and you do not answer?
Oh, that's pretty. It's been hot here.
Then you tell him illegally, and he says, illegal what? You said stalking and taking pictures of me, you said. And he says, what the hell are you talking about? And you indicate, you said you got a picture. And he says, no, I said I only had the image in my mind, and that women who entertain grown men past bar time probably don't have or intend on platonic relations.
So?
No, you didn't, you're lying. And he says, well, I'm paraphrasing, not lying. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What S word?
Now, during that phone call that we discussed, the hour and 45.
I think,
Oh, snow. Okay.
unless your question,
No, unfortunately, Judge, I'm not.
Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. I'm going to try to keep it down to 10 minutes, but if you're still in the courtyard, we won't start without food.
All right. Lunch.
And then there were subsequent phone calls. Is that accurate?
Oh. Sounds like a audio recording. I can't understand a word.
Very knowledgeable opinion. It's the background noise. It's muffling it, and without a total revision, professional revision, I don't think you're going to be able to improve it. But that's just my opinion. And years of working with this system.
I have been in here before where our investigator has been able to make things significantly louder. So
They can.
We have a.
Was loudness the problem, or is it just the ambient noise that between the?
Well, yeah, I don't want to speak for the jury, but it appears to me that at least a base problem is how loud it is.
Give it a try.
I'm not asking.
Maybe double it up.
Or just put it by the microphone. Mike, AV guy says put it by the microphone.
What about this?
No, that's a speaker. This is a microphone. So if we put it by a microphone here, significantly less this. Just put it at the end of Vinny's given here.
Wish I could lip read.
Okay, yes.
Better? Much significantly better.
Our other option is we can turn it all the way up and put that closer to them at the front of the jury box.
You say that.
The jawbone. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, so I'm gonna, with the court's permission, I'm gonna replay the telephone conversation between Sadie and the defendant from April 8th that we had previously played for you that apparently was very hard to hear, with the court's permission. From 9:07, we're supposed to get to it, to 10:57.
I'm trying, but you're not giving me the case. You just want to keep confronting me about something that isn't fucking there. I'm not asking for it. I don't know what you're asking for. Fuck over here. You can use your space. I think your text message, I get a phone fuck off every night. No, you know. Yeah. I think it is. Just because you can think through it that way now. Fine, it's not enough. Is it ever going to be? No, you don't say that. You don't say this thing I did to you. And that's okay. That's okay. I'm not good. I'm not trying to not say I love you to you. I'm trying to say every time I can say it as a future. Every time something happens, I'm like, fuck you, good. You're angry? You tell me pushing you away? Yeah, I fucking down with it. I'm asking for your time and attention. I'm asking you to come together as a couple and there's a fucking good. I don't know what this is. I don't know where that comes right now. I told you that. It's not as different right now. Not a day or two with the case. I don't see the difference in the case with you. I'm asking for some less privacy.
Is that better?
No.
Prior to the break, we were on April 25th of 2020.
Only
After
just.
the conversation you had with the defendant regarding his premonition.
Hang on. I'll put it down, back down to what, like normal. and I've tried adjusting the volume and the bass and it's not. I actually think they read the transcript of this out earlier, the bits that I actually caught, and I think it was to do with him not getting the reciprocation that he wanted. But we'll put it back to normal and have another go. I'm not asking to flip the switch. Yeah, I'm asking for some reciprocity or whatever it is. So it's that conversation. Yeah.
Took two devices, microphones.
Prior to the break, we were on April 25th of 2020, after the conversation you had with the defendant regarding his premonition. And then there were subsequent phone calls. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And were you aware at that time that that phone call was being recorded?
No.
I have a mic here.
No.
Same exhibit 255.
The entire audio from this stream is just shitful.
There's no way to cross it, you have to wait. There's a fucking line. Regardless of my fucking life, and that is what you fucking cross. It's not okay. None of it is okay. If you think it is okay, then you go figure that shit out. You kicked me to the curb saying you got other guys. To the fucking curb. I told you how it felt. I was fucking honest about it. You don't want to fucking hear it. You want to hear it a different way. I don't know what to tell you. No, you said give you some space. Not you got dudes coming over to spend the night. Okay, so. Give me some space to do what the fuck I want to do in my own time. Yeah, whatever you want to do does not mean. It's not me. That does not mean that you get to decide who I fucking hang out with or that it's wrong that I do or I don't. No, I'm not saying wrong. I'm not saying wrong. And I say the I think. But no, we're sorry, but okay, no. You need to get.
And don't forget this. They broke up in the December. This is now the April, and he's still hanging on. I got it that time. Basically, she was saying you don't get to choose who I hang out with, and oh, you kicked me to the curb, and now it was just. Hang on, I'll go back again and see if I can translate it for you.
Yeah, whatever you want to do does not. It's not. None of it is up your way. There's no way to cross it. You have to wait. There's a fucking line.
There is a line, and
Regardless of my fucking life, and that is what you fucking cross.
the line of her life, and that's what you fucking crossed.
None of it is okay. If you think it is okay, then you go figure that shit out. You kicked me to the curb saying you got other guys.
You kicked me to the curb, Sadie, and you've got other guys.
I told you how I felt. I was fucking honest about it.
I didn't kick you to the curb. I was honest. I missed the middle bit, but then she was honest about what it.
Don't want to fucking hear it. You want to hear it a different way. I don't know what to tell you. No, you said give you some space. Not you got dudes coming over to spend the night. Okay, so. Give me some space to do what the fuck I want to do in my.
This isn't space. This is what the fuck I want to do in my own home.
Yeah,
That's
whatever
fine.
you want to do does not mean. It's not me. That does not mean that you get to decide
You don't get to decide who I hang out with.
No, I'm not saying wrong. I'm not saying wrong. And I say the right thing, but no, we're sorry, but okay, no. You need to get.
Ms. Beecham, you seem pretty fired up in that conversation. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Sorry, just for record
Yes.
purposes, can I have the timestamp of when that ended?
Apologies, Counsel, 3:38. And why were you that angry during that phone call?
Because he wouldn't stop. I asked and had been as honest about my feelings and that there was no chance for a relationship, and he just would constantly try to have these kinds of conversations with me.
And that night, on the night of the 25th, did you have some subsequent conversations with your daughter regarding some of these things at all?
Yes. After Zach told me that he was at my house the night before, that he did look in the window and he did take a picture, I then was curious because obviously my kids were at the house with him. So I asked our daughter if she knew if Dad had left or kind of what had happened, and she told me that he did. And that he came to the house, that she knew he came to the house. And I asked her how she knew, and she said, well, Dad showed me a picture, and you were there with somebody else, and she began to tell me.
That's actually, in Australia, that is actually a form of domestic violence. It's called parental alienation. If you tell your children bad things about the other parent to make them not like the other parent, that's not good.
Some details about that night as well that she shouldn't have known either. And I asked her how she knew that, and she said that she had seen a video or a picture.
Now, the night of the 25th, she was staying somewhere else. Is that accurate?
She was on the night of the 25th, she was at her aunt's house. Well, she was at her uncle's house, spending time with her aunt. Yeah.
And did you then get the kids back the 26th?
Correct.
And did you have more in-depth discussions with your daughter regarding what had occurred or what she knew of what had occurred?
Yes.
And did you share some of that information with Mr. Gutierrez via text message on April 26th?
I did.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 218. The kids home, and he responds with, really, that sucks. Are you and her okay? And you respond with, we are now a bit, but more info. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then does Mr. Gutierrez ask, did he record more? And your answer is, he took your vehicle registration and note from a DJ. When he left today, he said, you know that fucker doesn't care about you. He really loves DJ. And then you say, I wasn't sure what he was saying and why, but then Liv just told me he took something from your car. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And that whole part about DJ, what do you remember about a conversation with the defendant regarding mentioning a DJ?
That is all he said was that there was a note in Mr. Gutierrez's car that he assumed was from someone that Mr. Gutierrez may have been involved with, and that I don't know what the letter said, but he felt as though that this was some kind of a love letter or something.
So the defendant was telling you that Mr. Gutierrez really loves this DJ?
Yes.
And then after those texts, it says, and still has them, including this letter, so he definitely was here. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did it freak you out at all, knowing that the defendant had been at your residence in the middle of the night?
Absolutely.
And why did that freak you out?
Because he was supposed to be with the children, and I was with the person that I was choosing to be with, so why would he need to be at my house?
Have you ever gone to the defendant's home in the middle of the night when you have the children to look through the windows?
Objection, relevant state.
Yeah. This must be as triggering for you as Ashley Benefield was to me. I know my mum told me a few things about my dad when they split up, but I was in my 20s then. I still didn't need to know them though. But they were true. Welcome back.
So after you had indicated, including this letter, so he was definitely here, does Mr. Gutierrez say, LOL, that's funny, so that note was in the passenger side back seat pocket, and then he has a letter from the last owner of the car, and you respond with, LOL, I have no clue and don't really care, LOL. And then he indicates that it was found the other day when she was riding in the back seat. And you say, really, I'm not worried or questioning. I'm fucking pissed he removed your personal information from your car. And then a minute later you say, Liv wants to meet your kids before you, LOL. What does that mean in terms of what you've now been talking to your daughter about, given what she's learned?
So I had a discussion with Olivia, with my daughter, and she had divulged some of this information that I found out about her dad having his information. So I was trying to ease her mind about the relationship, because now Zach had given her all of this negative information about him. So I wanted her to know who he was, and that he was a father, and that he had children too, and that, you know, he was a nice person, he was caring, you know, just all of those things. And that, you know, at some point, you know, I just tried to, because his kids were kind of the same age as my kids, so just trying to make her feel a little bit more comfortable about this person, and that, you know.
And don't forget, this is, you know, good, what, 2.5 months, maybe 3 months into their relationship. It's not like it's 2 weeks in.
From trying to counter all the negative stuff that she was being told. So that's what she had then said, well, any kid would. Well, I want to meet his kids before I meet him. So it was just kind of, I thought it was kind of cute, and so I just passed on that information.
Now, at this point in your relationship with Mr. Gutierrez, did you see it progressing further than what it currently was?
Yes, I mean, at this time we were seeing each other frequently and had conversations about moving forward.
Okay. Well, conversations about moving forward. So, if you're a control freak and someone is dating your ex and the woman you want back, does that, how do I put it? Is that his trigger to do something about it? Like, oh my God, this is getting serious right now, I have to act, type of thing.
Now, did Mr. Gutierrez ever tell you that he, after learning of his stuff being taken from his truck on 4/26, went over to the defendant's home?
He did not.
The hell, Cindy? Yeah, I'll say. And back again.
On April 26th, as part of your text conversations, did he text you back and forth with the idea that he wanted to pay
Me
him a
too.
visit?
He did. He said that he had
Been for 4 years
thought
now.
about going over there and just confronting and, you know, letting him know, like, hey, amicably, like, hey, you know, I'm in a relationship with her. Like, what's the deal? What do you need to know? I don't know, guy stuff, I guess.
But he never told you that he actually did that?
No. He said he was thinking of it and that he had gotten in the car and he was gonna, and then he just decided not to. And we kind of talked about it, knowing that how I might feel about that.
So after this April 25th incident regarding you believing the defendant had been at your house videotaping or taking pictures, did the defendant, in your opinion, or from your perception, get the message that you and he were
We
official?
object to that speculation.
Did the defendant change tactics that you had previously described of the texts, the flowers, the gifts after seeing you with Mr. Gutierrez on the 25th?
I object to the word tactics.
Yes, you are.
After April 25th, when he had seen you with Mr. Gutierrez, did the defendant change his behavior towards you in any meaningful way?
Nothing wrong with that, Dawn.
He just became more harassing, I guess, just
Well said, Anna.
more weird things. I mean, my daughter kept telling me about, you know, like things like, Mom, you should change your password. Dad can get into your emails.
I'm going to object and ask that be struck. The question was if she had observed Mr. Anderson's behavior change in any ways, and now the testimony is that her daughter told her certain things.
The objection is sustained in please disregard the answer. Go ahead.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194.
We love you to have.
From April 28th.
And I don't know if you heard earlier, but the scales are tipping in your favor. She is completely credible. I believe every word she's saying.
At about 2:11 p.m.
Yep.
At
Absolutely.
2:11 p.m. does he text you, not much is
We
going
do
to
love
hurt
you to have,
worse than
yes.
watching someone go to bed with the person you love and listen to them explore their space with the lights on.
And he's a hottie too.
And did you respond back with, shut up, you didn't hear anything, you assume no one was exploring anything but the other side of our eyelids? Stop assuming you're just slipping down the rabbit hole of your imagination. And he responds back with, yeah, goddamn imagination. None of that is any of my business though anyways. Is that all accurate?
Yes,
Is that what you meant by further texts that you felt were harassing?
yes.
No.
At that point,
That
on
hasn't
April
been on yet,
28th,
doll.
had you told the defendant anything that would open the door to you guys getting back together?
No.
I didn't say I like her. I believe what she's saying. I find her credible so far.
Now, up until this point, had you ever told the defendant anything about where Mr. Gutierrez lived?
No, I didn't tell him anything about him. I didn't divulge any information to him, and I was very vague about the information I divulged to our daughter as well.
An approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 195, text messages between you and the defendant from April 29th of 2020.
I can't believe he's still so fixated after 3 months of them being separated. Like,
Is the first text from the defendant to you at 2:13 p.m. you looking in Kenosha yet?
Yes.
And in terms of you looking in Kenosha yet, what is that in reference to regarding what's going on in your life at this moment?
I don't object as far as speculation to what Mr. Anderson meant.
Was there some change happening in your life that was causing you to move out of the home that you had currently been occupying with your children?
Objection leaving.
oh my God.
Were you looking at getting new housing, or were you going to be staying where you were at?
The house that I was living in was being sold, and so I needed to move. And so I was actively looking for another area to move to. And Zach knew that the house was being sold, and he knew that I had to move.
And at this point in April of 2020, do you really know anyone in Kenosha except for Rosalio Gutierrez?
I do not.
So now the next text from him at 2:15 p.m. says, maybe talk Booger into moving to Oak Creek. Question mark, is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, in this text message, obviously someone is being referred to as Booger. Who did the defendant mean in your understanding to be Booger? And how do you know that?
Rosalio, and I know this because he told me that.
Who told you?
Oh, sorry. Zachariah told me the night that he divulged that he was there looking in the window that he saw Rosalio pick his nose and wipe it on the couch. And so he then started to refer to him as Booger, and
You're a child, mate.
yeah.
And you respond to this text at 2:23 with WTF?
Yes.
And then he responds with, well, Liv was talking about her new brother and sister, said you had her sold on the new fam. Would this have been mere days after you had explained to Liv about who Rosalio was in terms of his family picture?
Yes.
Had you divulged any information to the defendant personally regarding Rosalio, his children, his family life, anything like that?
No.
Direct your attention to some further texts on
What was
April.
the date of that text? I'm sorry.
The last one was April 29th at 3:15 p.m. Now, about 6 hours later, does the defendant then text you, makes me wonder if sleeping with someone else was just your own way of getting revenge? Is that accurate?
Move on,
And
mate.
he changes it to sleeping next to someone else?
Yes.
And you respond with, I don't need to sleep with anyone. It's not about revenge. It's about respect. You never had any for me and still don't. Accurate?
Yes.
And then he responds with, I don't think it matters what I believe. I do respect you more than that dude that was laughing at you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, up until this point, would the only time you're aware of the defendant having seen you and Mr. Gutierrez together been that night on the 25th?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Booger, Tricia.
On April 30th of 2020, was there a conversation between you and Mr. Gutierrez regarding a Facebook friend request that caused you concern?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that request and why did it cause you concern?
Rosalio got a friend request from a friend of mine named Candace. And he asked me if I knew, he must have looked it up to know that it was a mutual friend or a friend of mine. And he said, you know, I'm getting a friend request from this girl named Candace, and she's saying that we met last summer, and I don't know who she is. And I recognize the name because she's a mutual friend of Zachariah and myself. And so I told Rosalio not to accept the friend request, and that it was probably in an attempt to.
I'm going to object as far as speculation to this witness and answering a no.
Now, during the same time frame, did you have a conversation with the defendant where he brings up Mr. Gutierrez having some sort of pre-dating last summer relationship with Miss Mila?
Yes.
What do you recall about what he said was Candace's relationship with Rosalio?
Yes, he told me that that Candace had dated him or was seeing him last summer and had met him last summer, and that they had some kind of a relationship or something.
And was that conversation with the defendant in the same time frame as this friend request from Miss Mila to Rosalio?
Can you clarify?
The conversation you just described with the defendant where he's telling you that Miss Mila had some sort of older relationship with Rosalio, was that in the same time frame as the friend request that Mr. Gutierrez told you he got from Candace Mila?
Yes, yes.
That bird's back. Come on.
This dates
Judge, I'm going to object to this line of questioning in regards to the friend request of Candace Miller as on the grounds of relevancy. This individual is not going to be testifying. It's pure speculation on behalf of this witness as to.
You know, I understand your anticipation, but I haven't got the vaguest clue as to what she's going to go into now, or how she's going to ask it. So let's just get a little deeper into it.
These text messages between you and Mr. Gutierrez from April 30th of 2020.
And Judge, I'm going to object to relevancy.
What is the relevance of this?
One of the many ways that someone can be accused of and convicted of stalking is gathering information about someone from third-party sources, from directly, indirectly. This is just corroborating what she indicates regarding Ms. Mila, and then ultimately that there was a friend request, and that does say one mutual friend, which would substantiate what she said regarding Ms. Mila.
But Judge, they're not calling this friend to testify to be able to say, I was instructed by so-and-so to do this, or any other explanation. So
Let's have lunch. Let's break until 1:15. Is that convenient for everybody? And please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
All right. What I might do is transfer myself to the boudoir. Let me set this up. And I'll do what I did yesterday and join you from the bedroom. I worked out today that I can actually get on I can actually get on and pretty much see and do everything with my iPad, which I didn't know. So I'm going to send myself the link and I'm going to open us back up. In a couple of seconds. To be, my feet are not doing very well. All right, link sent. Oh, poop, I don't think I can do that. Come on, I had it here before. Oh, there it is. I'll be 2 shakes. Boop, boop. I've popped up. Okay. So now you will see. All right, can you hear me? Oh, wrong one, you dickhead.
Yes. Yes.
You respond with, yeah, I figured, so you give me more of your page because it's probably private. Would agree. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, you immediately tell him not to add her. Why do you immediately tell him not to add Candace Mila?
Because they are good friends. And I knew that he would use her to try to get more information.
Can you guys let me know in chat if you can hear me?
Now, we've been talking a lot about different phone messages.
Beautiful.
During this time period, and you had before referenced that the defendant would send you things from different devices. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a couple of things. Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 112. I'm going to hold it. Can you tell me what this is in terms of your knowledge about this case?
That's Zachariah's flip phone with the 689 number.
And is this the primary phone he normally uses with other people?
Yes, that's the main number. So that's the main phone.
And is this a phone he's had for quite a while?
Yes.
So when we talk about flip phone, this is the one we're talking about?
Correct.
That's State's 112. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 113. You tell me what this device is.
That's our phone. That's burner phone. I refer to it as the burner phone.
And why do you call this Motorola G6 phone the burner phone?
Because it was an additional phone that he had that he was using to communicate with me. It wasn't a regular phone that he used with me.
So during this time period in April of 2020, would he use both phones to talk to you?
Yes.
Now, we had just referenced the conversation that you had had with Mr. Gutierrez on April 30th regarding Candace Mila. So I'm going to show you a conversation between you and Mr. Anderson on the ANS flip phone from that same night before your conversation with Mr. Gutierrez. You see at the top here.
I'm so sorry, what's that exhibit?
Oh, I apologize. Exhibit States 205, where you indicate to him at 9:43 p.m., what are you doing? Why do you care so much about my friend? Maybe you should care more about being kind than accusatory. I'm sorry, accusatory. You then say, your behavior is not acceptable, and you did put your hands on me that day several times. And then you say, just because you didn't punch me doesn't mean it
Judge,
didn't.
I'm going to object and ask this be struck and taken down from the Elmo as its other acts.
She said he didn't strike her. She said he didn't strike her? But I'll move on. I'm just trying to get to this green message out here.
Oh, go ahead.
So then, sometime later on 5/1, does he send you a text that says, you always refuse to say we are done. You refuse to say it's over. You act angry with me for taking interest in someone else while you and Booger sleep in the same bed. Is that accurate? And back on that one would be on May 1st of 2020. Had you in any way said anything to the defendant about wanting to continue trying to work on your relationship?
No.
So that was 5-1 at around 11:30 a.m. Now I'm going to show you states 196, which is from 5-1 at 3:08 p.m. Now from the other phone, the Moto G6 phone. States 196. Text messages between you and the defendant. And does he tell you, you called me a pig, so when your pants came off the other night, did that make you a pig? And then he says, when Booger didn't get up and leave, was he a pig? Were either of you pigs when you went into the bedroom? And you respond at 3:09 p.m., wow, what is the matter with you?
Yes.
And then he responds sometime later, I don't want to be yelled at because he is clearly more than a friend. And I definitely don't want to hear about how great of a guy he is when he clearly isn't. You somehow found the only man on the planet who drives up from Kenosha just to make sure the bulb in your kitchen light is the right wattage, but isn't fishing for a wet cock. And then he says, because we both know you and him are looking for more. Are those accurate?
Yes.
And then does he send this last message? And that is your choice, and that isn't something that I could offer you and I a future together. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, at any point during that day, did you broach the subject of wanting a future with the defendant?
No.
Did you specifically bring up to the defendant anything about your night with Mr. Gutierrez from April 25th, or is that something he brought up to you?
No, it's something he brought up to me.
Douche is an understatement.
Now, I'm going to fast forward a little bit to May 7th of 2020. Do you recall something concerning happening with your daughter that caused you concern?
Yes, there was an incident that was happening with my daughter and one of her friends.
Let me be more specific. Do you recall an incident regarding a cell phone your daughter was possessing to potentially record you?
I'm going to object as far as leading.
Can I have just a second to speak with Ms. Mueller? I just wanted.
Go ahead.
Is there anything that she hasn't objected to yet? Excellent, thank you. I wonder if I can L from here.
My objection due to the conversation I just had with the state.
On May 7th, do you recall having a concern that potentially your daughter was recording you with a phone?
Yes, so we had previously been handling a situation with our daughter, and We had an agreement, Zach and I made an agreement that she was not to have any electronics, any phones or electronics on her. And so later that night, myself and the kids were at my friend Becky's house, Rebecca, and a phone had dropped out of Olivia's lap. And I noticed it, and I noticed that it was a smartphone that she was not supposed to have. So I took it from her and I asked her about it and where she got it from. And she was terrified. And she explained to me that.
I don't object as far as her explanation of what her daughter said to her hearsay.
And based on you finding that phone, did you look through that phone just to see what or where it had come from?
Yes.
And did you find something on that phone that you found concerning?
Yes, when I took the phone, I recognized that it was one of her dad's phones. And
okay, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as states 254.
that's a GPS tracker or an Amazon GPS tracker that was purchased on Amazon that I found in the phone history.
And is the delivery, I'm going to say,
Sorry, Judge, we're getting a lot of feedback.
delivery estimate April 21st, 2020 by 8 p.m.
Yes.
And quantity 2, any real-time GPS tracker, car, GPS locator, SMS/PSS/VERS.
Yep.
And then towards the bottom, the payment information involves Mr. Anderson's name and his address in Mequon.
Yes.
Why at this point on May 7th did this cause you concern?
Because I was already concerned with the behaviors that I knew already about with him. And so this kind of solidified that those feelings that he was tracking me and following and were possibly true.
Now, moving to May 8th of 2020, do you recall having plans that day for the defendant to have the children?
What day?
May 8th of 2020.
Yes.
And do you recall on that day having a phone call, a rather lengthy phone call with the defendant regarding some of the child care things for that day?
It's possible. I don't remember exactly.
And
he actually hasn't seen the trial. He's doing the bare basics, basically.
Are you aware that some of those phone conversations from that day were recorded by the defendant?
No.
I'm going to play for you a recording from
Yeah,
May 8th.
he wants to be convinced via evidence.
And I'm going to ask that you be able to identify the parties if you can.
I'm going to object.
Oh, this woman and her objections.
These recordings were not recordings that were stipulated to, and she's testified that she has no knowledge of it. Frost Foundation.
These are located in her phone. I'm sorry, wait, I'm sorry, on the laptop. They're part of the computer information. That's all been stipulated to offenders.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully, yeah. I hope so.
All photographs, financial records, phone records.
Because Nicholas is like really, really, really pro Zach. That sounded funny. Pro Zachariah's innocence. He's fundraised hundreds of thousands, like over $100,000.
Not that it be admitted.
That's how much he believes he's innocent.
Recognizes the voices. She is able to be a sponge.
Maybe
Okay.
This audio is so shit.
Stated that there had been no communication that you're now.
No, my last question was, did she know she was being recorded in France?
Oh, I can even bring messages up.
Right, so she's not the one that recorded these, so these would be downloads from his computer where conversations are made.
Go ahead.
They need to be loud enough to notice.
Okay.
This is marked as 2020_5. Oh, no, sorry. Oh, it's on 255. Yes, all of these recordings are the same. I will be starting the recording at 1 or 24 minutes and 57 seconds.
There's somebody else in there. That's what I know. Don't have a fucking girlfriend. And a whole lot of fuck you for all your accusations. Because it hurts me to know that it's not available. But you get all the space and all the freedom. And I'm sorry I had to go fucking look. I really am, but it was fucking killing me, Sadie.
Did you recognize that voice on that recording?
Manipulative much?
Yes.
And who is that?
Zach. Sorry, counsel, at what point did you stop?
I stopped it at 1:25:60.
Narcissistic much?
And I'll be restarting at 1:28:43.
That's how I really feel about things. And then I stop and I'm like, that's not love. That's not caring. No.
Well, counsel saying she can't.
Yep, we'll get the. Also, we didn't have this set up. Vinny thought it'd be loud enough. Oh.
I'm trying to figure out how I really feel about things. And then you stop and I'm like, that's not love. That's not caring. No, it's jealousy. It's the ugly version. It's jealousy. It's the sickening feeling of that ugly fucking evil. And I'm sorry it fucking. Huh? Yeah. You're always gonna be like that. You're always gonna have that. No. Whether or not there would be something to it or not, or no, I don't. It's always coming back to me.
Ending at 1:29:17.
Just for the rule of completeness, that continue to be played for not 30 seconds. Did it cut off Mr. Anderson?
Do I have a comment? All right, go ahead then.
Hold on. Let's flip it around. Can we wait? Hold on a second. Can we just flip the whole fucking table around? Because it's the best way to do it, just to draw the contrast. Because if the situation was reversed, if the
30 seconds later. Thank you. Then I'll be restarting it at 1 hour, 33 minutes, 0 seconds.
Anyway, I can't go back and change the past. I'll always be jealous. It's just, I never thought of myself as a jealous guy. And honestly, by and large, for most women, I'm not. But for you, I definitely am. For you, you're a version of beautiful I just can't let go. So happy I got 3 kids with you.
Ending that at 1:33:22. Now, Ms. Beecham, obviously you've heard those clips. Can you identify the female voice also on the recording?
That's me.
And during those conversations where there's some talk of his jealousy, are you giving him any hope that there's a future for you here?
No, I'm just reiterating that there's just.
Yeah, no, I don't think she let him on at all.
And so on May 8th, best that you can remember, what was the plan regarding the kids being with the defendant for that night?
I believe I was going to be dropping them off at his place, and then I had to, I think I had to take something over by my brother's and stop at his house too, and then I was going by Rosalio's.
And had you told the defendant the part of you going by Rosalio's that night?
No.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 207. Text messages between you and the defendant on his flip phone.
Oh, that bloody bird's back.
Starting at roughly 6:41 p.m. Do you say to him, you want me to drop the kids, drop off kids? And he goes with, not home, what time you need to be gone? You respond with, was going to drop off the water lily by Charles, but it's not a big deal. The kids ate and are asking where you are, so I thought I'd offer. There's been a phone conversation between the two of you. And then at about 7:15, you indicate, got to get the lily out of the pond and load it then to you. At 7:18, the defendant responds, you are super excited. He then says, not asking what's happening after that flower, but your frequency changed to less tired. You then respond, I'm less than excited about getting pond scum on me. We'll be there soon. And then you confirm, yep, you're still tired.
Yes.
Okay. Then a little further down. At 9:21 p.m., you get a text message from the defendant, too much makeup and perfume for Charles. I'm sorry, who's Charles?
Charles is my brother.
Too much makeup and perfume for Charles. Angry about pond water. Had fancy jacket hiding in the back of your ride. Premonitions don't make me psychic. Calls me Zachariah when she feels good. And then an hour and 20 minutes later, the word Kenosha. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And does he also send you what appears to be some sort of Do You Love Her, Jessie Reyes song title at 11:53?
No, I sent that to him.
So, Dennis or Kenosha. So at that point, to your brother's home and drop off that Lily?
I did.
And then what did you do?
So when I got to my brother's, I actually got the text message about that you just saw, the first one. And then I became suspicious, thinking, how does he know this? And knowing that what I'd seen with the trackers, then I just was on very high alert. So when I got to my brother's, I started looking through my car. Like I looked under the seats, looked in the front and the back, and I didn't see anything, and I just kind of shuffled myself on, and then drove down to Kenosha. When I got there, I got the second text message, and again, started checking my car. I have 2 pockets that are in the back seats of behind my seats. So I was checking in there. And then the boys have booster seats. They're not car seats, they're just booster seats. So they're not like buckled in. They just lift, they just sit on the seat. So I just lifted up the the booster seat, and there was a smartphone, burner phone, face down underneath the seat, and I grabbed it and realized that it was his phone. I couldn't turn it off because it was protected, password protected. So I was kind of in a panic just finding it, and I was upset. I believe I went in the house and talked to Rosalio about it, and he kind of helped me turn off the phone and shut the phone off.
Show you what had been marked as State's Exhibit 113. I believe you had termed the burner phone. Was this the phone that you found underneath your kid's booster seat?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4 and 5. Ms. Beecham, I'm showing you a document that's been marked as State's Exhibit 4. That on the defendant's MSI laptop was titled 5_8_2020 and then 8:54 p.m. I'm sorry, 9:16 p.m. Excuse me. Do you see generally what this is a map of?
I guess I'm going to object. She's going to have no knowledge.
I guess I'm going to object.
Foundation.
Just something different.
I just don't think this is an appropriate witness to move this particular exhibit in.
This is the faraway shot of it. Obviously, it's a map of Kenosha with a pin. Then we have the close-up one where I believe she'll be able to say where this location is.
Correct, but it's just her speculating as to the contents of it. She has no personal knowledge of this, has never seen it, can't attest to.
All she asked though is, can you describe where this is? She just asked whether she can say where it is. You're
Well,
right.
I don't know if she's ever seen it before. She was asked, I think, something along the lines of, does she know what it is, or can she identify it?
Correct.
You know what that is, man?
A map of the Kenosha area and a ping of a phone.
So now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5. Do you know what that location is in relation to this case?
What's that location?
I apologize. Where the green circle approximate location on this map is?
That is Rosalio's building. So the middle building right there, that's where I would park.
This document on Mr. Anderson's laptop was titled 5_8_2020 9:17 p.m.
Oh my God.
That approximately that time, is that where you were?
Yes.
Yeah, just have a running objection.
After you find the burner phone in your vehicle and you turn it off, what do you do in respect with the defendant at that point?
I don't recall my very next steps. I know that I was upset about it. I know I, had a conversation with Rosalio about it. I know I expressed being very upset about the fact that that there was a phone in my car tracking me, and that I knew that wasn't right.
Just one clarifying point. You've already seen State's Exhibit 207. That text message that says, too much makeup and perfume for Charles, angry about pond water, had fancy jacket hiding in the back of your eyes, premonitions don't make me psychic. That text message came in May 8th at 9:21 p.m. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And would that be roughly 4 minutes after the map ping of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment as found on the defendant's laptop?
Yeah.
He's a sneaky little fucker.
Now, did you tell the defendant that you had found his phone in your vehicle on that day?
I don't remember if it was that day, but I did inform him that I knew about it and that I found it.
And what was his response to you indicating you had found his phone in the place you had found it?
He said, "Oh, well, maybe I dropped it or something."
You have a phone conversation where you confront him about that phone on May 10th at roughly 7:33 p.m.
I did confront him about the phone, about finding it, yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States 208. At roughly 10:43 p.m., you get a text from him, all dolled up to go out and you go to Kenosha because you found my phone, or you already had plans and just like to try to guilt me. And then he says, you treat me like I am so stupid. And you respond with, I had no plans to go there actually. After I found it, I called and asked if I could cruise out and why. I didn't even go inside because he had his kid. And then he goes with, a little bit later on, I doubt it. You stayed out all night. You could have just brought the phone back to my place right away if you found it at Charles. And if you found it and didn't want me to see where you were going, you would have shut the phone off before you left Charles's place. Seems to me you want to know enough. Seems to me you want me to know enough for it to leave me hurting, even though you claim you want privacy and space.
Oh my God, gaslighting. Much.
But you are inserting yourself. Also, if I would have brought it back, it would have been ugly. You pissed me off. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
So after finding his phone that the defendant placed in your vehicle, he's accusing you of taunting him?
Yes.
Ultimately, do you eventually give the phone back to him?
After he insisted that he search my car for it, I then told him I had it and that I found it. So initially, he had told me that he had dropped his phone. He had lost his phone. And I had said, I kind of said, oh, where did that happen? And I did know I had the phone at that point. And he'd said, well, I want to search your car for it. And I said, well, why would it be in my car? And he said, oh, well, maybe I dropped it in your car. And I was like, well, why would it be? I didn't find it in my car. Why would it be in my car? So he's like, I just want to come over and look. I just want to look. I need to find that phone. So I let him come over and he looked through the car and I was watching him as he was looking through the car, and he kind of searched around and he lifted up the car seat to look under it. And obviously the phone wasn't there because it already had it. And so then, he's pretty distraught and said, I need to find that phone. And I said, look, I found the phone and it was in the car and it was under the car seat. What's this about? Why are you doing this? And just confronted him about it. I told him that I would give it back to him, but that he needed to tell me what was going on and why he was doing this. I ultimately gave him back the phone, and he left. He got upset with me and then he left.
Now, at this point, as of May 8th, 2020, have you indicated to the defendant at all that you're interested in rekindling your relationship with him?
No.
I'm going to draw your attention to May 13th in the early morning hours, starting at 1:30 a.m. on what would be texts from the Motorola G6 cell phone. States Exhibit 197. At 1:30 a.m., does he text you, hurts bad, really fucking bad? And you say, I'm not trying to hurt you, I'm really not.
Yes.
And then he responds with, I know, trying to do what is right for you, believing it isn't me anymore. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And that text comes in at 2:02 a.m.?
Yes.
And then are there a string of text messages that come in?
Sorry, counsel, is that 192 or 197?
197. 197.
Thank you.
Then at 2:24 a.m., do we then have text messages from him involving chasing that bump from a new someone every week and not having the kick in the stomach must be nice? 2:27 a.m. Us without jealousy is great though. 2:28 a.m. Him. I will always wish we would have done everything to fight that instead of give up. 2:41 a.m. You know that feeling you used to get when you would look at your phone and it had a message from me, 2:46 a.m. from him. Got all drowned out, throwing hurtful words back and forth. 2:54 a.m. Got smothered to death in all the ugly messages that you held on to. 2:57 a.m. And it isn't wrong to make mistakes. It is wrong to fail to learn and improve. There is a happiness in that. 2:58, in making improvements and doing things better. 3 o'clock, I am just not yet seeing that I would want to try for anything better with anyone else but the mother of my kids and the only real something I ever found in life. 3:02, for me, I always find forgiveness for the ugly shit because the special moments really wrote themselves on my heart. A heart that pounds out, 3:16 a.m. A heart that pounds out the agony every night, and it races as I lose another fight. Blurred by the flood of all these tears, I can barely type, out of sight, and sick with fear. Are those all accurate?
Yes.
And did you respond to any of those messages over the hour and 15 minutes that he sent them to you?
No,
And why not?
because I was done. I was just done responding, and it became too much. It's very overwhelming when someone's constantly doing these kinds of things. So sometimes just getting to the point of not responding anymore seemed to be the best.
So that was May 13th at ultimately 3 o'clock in the morning, roughly. Now on May 13th, did you secure child care so you could go see Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And did you use the defendant for that?
I thought so, Cindy, yeah.
I believe that time was someone else.
And
Doesn't stop him from obsessing over her, though.
No,
and why did you not make him aware of what your plans were for that night?
he didn't need to know. We weren't together. There's no reason for him to know.
So I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 209 from the flip phone.
Tell you what, the state's going to have something good.
At roughly 9:09 p.m., does he text you?
Defense, sorry.
And after 9, just arrive after kids go to bed, question mark? Is that a message he sent you?
Yes.
Now, he doesn't have your children, so had you communicated in some other way to him that you were not going to be watching the kids that night?
No.
Then at 9:36 p.m., is this okay for right now, or is there something else you want to watch, question mark? When you received that at 9:36 p.m., did you actually see it right away?
I did.
And does that cause you, did that text message cause you concern based on anything that was happening at that time down at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
That night, I went down to meet Rosalio, and we had plans to go get a bite to eat. So we went to get like a food truck, and we got some tacos and went back to his house. And we had gotten there, probably about 9, little after 9. And we had finished eating, and he was getting ready to go take a shower. And he said, do you want me to just leave this on, or do you want me, do you want to watch this, or do you want to watch something else? He literally said the same thing. And, I said, this is fine. And then while he was in the shower, I got this text message that came through.
So the question, is this okay for right now, or is there something else you want to watch? Is something Mr. Gutierrez had just said to you?
Correct.
Now, ultimately, you wait a couple of hours to respond, and you say, WTF are you talking about? You're texting the wrong person again. You then follow that up with an hour later. Please stop following me, and you're going too far, Zach. What did you mean about the please stop following me?
Why didn't she take a protection order out against him?
I was pretty freaked out, the fact that I got a text message saying exactly what Rosalio just said to me. So I assumed the only way that he would have known that or been able to hear that was if he was there. So I assumed that he had followed me.
And did that scare you?
Absolutely.
And why did that scare you?
Well, I think knowing that anybody's following you is pretty scary, especially when you're getting a lot of information about behavior that's scary, that's tracking and
Now, after what had happened leading up to May 13th, did you make a decision regarding custody of your kids and filing paperwork in that regard?
There was a conversation that happened, I believe it was on the 8th. Zach called me and said, so are you ready to hate me? And I said, what, why, what? And he said, well, I'm gonna take the kids. I'm filing for custody of the kids. I'm gonna take the kids from you. And I said, okay. And he said, well, don't you want to talk about it? And I said, no. I said, you told me what you were going to do, and okay, fine. And so then I think he didn't realize, but I had already had the paperwork filled out. So I left and filed the paperwork myself. So I felt that he was now threatening to take my kids from me. And so that's what that was about.
I'm sorry, but this is all about control and manipulation.
What has previously been marked on State's Exhibit 1, item number 323. Ms. Beecham, do you recognize that address? Like whose address that is?
That's Rosalio's address.
And do you recognize the handwriting that address is written in?
That's Zachariah's handwriting.
And you're sure about that?
Yes.
Was that address any information you'd ever provided to Mr. Anderson regarding Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
After you had received a text message from the defendant regarding what had just been spoken between Mr. Gutierrez and yourself, in the subsequent day, did you and Mr. Gutierrez have a discussion about that as well?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 220. to lock my shit up before I bugs my house. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And then it says, babe, I'm really getting annoyed with this man. And you say, fuck, I know, I'm sorry. He's trying to make it hard for us. He wants you to be fed up enough to walk away from me. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And why do you think that what made you feel that way regarding this whole situation?
I feel like he not only was stalking me, or he not only was harassing me, but he started doing things to him, and that was equally scary.
On May 14th, does the defendant send you further messages that you find to be, or I guess that were regarding meeting Junior?
So he was very condescending in his text messages, very passive aggressive all the time. So he would always be accusatory or try to say something mean or a dig at me. So there were several messages or several times that he would, take a stab at myself or him.
Approaching with states 210.
Can I see the exhibit first?
Communications between your phone and the flip phone on May 14th starting at roughly 4:15 p.m. First message there, highlighted in green. From the defendant, you want me to stop by and meet Junior tonight. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Had you ever indicated to him that you had any interest in him meeting Junior?
No, he would just randomly text me things like this.
Judge, the voices are too loud over here. I'm having trouble hearing.
Yeah, I apologize. My mic's off. I apologize.
It is?
Yeah, my mic's off.
We're having the opposite problem now. Well, I can tell you that I heard it as did Mr. District Attorney. Okay.
And then you continue to have an argument regarding that phone that you found in your car. So, you admit to me you put it in my car to track me, and I give it to you and ask you to stop tracking me. He then says, you required I say that before you would give it back. I don't need a phone to know where you go. I can usually tell. You then said, I required nothing but the truth. You provided that of your own volition. And then he says you wouldn't agree to return the phone until said whatever you wanted to hear. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then a little bit later on, he tells you, and I called Cricket to find where the phone was. I could have swore it was in my van playing music while I cleaned. I searched and researched the van and then the house. I searched the house repeatedly the next day in front of the kids. You say, keep telling your story so you believe it, because I don't. In fact, I knew you would say all of this. You are predictable and manipulative. And then ultimately, he says to you, so maybe I'm just saying you should stop and give it a second thought before you accuse me of stuff. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then after texting that at roughly 4:34 p.m. and 4:42 p.m., does he then come back with, so you're saying I can stop by and meet your someone later?
Yes.
Was there any interaction during these messages that went from him asking you if you wanted him to meet Junior to you saying, yes, you should come over and meet Junior that night?
No, never.
Fast forward to May 16th of 2020. what was the plan in regards to the children that night with the defendant?
That night, the 16th, Zach had the kids.
And were they ultimately going to be spending the night at his place that night?
Yes.
And had you been in contact with Mr. Gutierrez that day, just like you normally were every day?
Yes, I had the kids during the day. We hung out all day, and then Zach had plans with the kids for the next day, so I exchanged them that night. So Mr. Gutierrez had his kids, and so there wasn't really any set plans for us that day.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 221. Text messages between you and Mr. Gutierrez on the 16th, starting at roughly 2:28 p.m. So does he tell you we are at Dick's buying his son some cleats and slides for baseball?
Yes.
I'm going to object as far as the relevance of this message.
It goes into
Surprise, surprise.
Go ahead.
And then he says $226 later, accurate?
Yes.
You then respond, whoa, those are some expensive slides, LOL. And he tells you they turned into bats and cleats. And you say, ha ha ha. And then ultimately, at right around 5:09 p.m., he asks you, what are you doing tonight?
Yes.
And you respond at 5:12, I don't have the kids tonight. What are you guys up to? 5:17?
Yes.
And he tells you, well, you are welcome to join us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And when he says us, who did you take that to mean in that text message?
He and the kids.
And he tells you they are okay with it, and you say aw, and then you say you got to jump in the shower real quick. And he says okay, and at 6:07 p.m. you guys have a 5-minute phone call. Is that accurate?
Yes.
7:18 p.m. you text, I'm almost as nervous as I was meeting you, LOL. And he tells you, oh babe, don't be.
Yes.
And he tells you she's playing with her Barbies and his son is watching baseball highlights. Is that accurate?
Yep.
And then at 7:20 you say LOL 5 minutes. Is that also accurate?
Yes.
Now, up until May 16th, had you had any opportunity to meet his children?
No.
And I think you've already told us this, he hadn't met your children at that point, correct?
No.
So when you get that text message inviting you down for the evening, do you go?
I did.
And what do you guys do while you're there the night of the 16th?
I arrived. He was making a meal. And so when I got there, I was just kind of hanging out with the kids, just eating them. We ate. And then after we ate, he suggested we go get ice cream. So we went to Dairy Queen and we got ice cream. And then came back to the house.
And what did you do when you got back to the house?
We watched a movie. We all just kind of hung out, watched a movie together, painted some rocks. We went out outside kind of his patio area. There were some rocks out there, and his daughter liked to paint, and she's kind of artsy, so we decided to paint some rocks and just all kind of just hung out. And then it got late after the movie, so then I left.
So you did not spend the night that night?
I did not.
Now, when you dropped your children off with the defendant that day, did you tell him any sort of plans you had for that night?
No, I didn't have plans really that night.
Okay, I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 198, a text message from the defendant's stole a G6 phone. On May 16th at roughly 11:23 p.m., did you receive a text from the defendant that is as follows? You race down to Kenosha every chance you get to lay with some Down syndrome Mexican version of your father just to pull a noseful and laugh at anything he says as you desperately throw yourself at him, and in that you have your happiness.
Yes.
And did you respond to that message in any way?
No. No.
And had you told him you were headed down to Kenosha?
No.
Now let's talk a little bit about Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. You'd obviously been there a number of times up to May 16th of 2020.
Yes.
And so were you familiar with an area rug that was in the living room?
Yes.
And how would you describe that area rug in the living room?
It was I don't know, maybe 5x8, 5x7 type rug, gray, had like gray swirls on it, or some design with gray and grayish and white on it.
And when you left there on May 16th, a little before midnight, when you left, was that rug in its place in the living room?
It was, and I remember because his daughter and I were dancing on it, and we were kind of tripping on the edge because the edge was a little up, so it was there.
And when you left on May 16th of 2020, was there any red stains on any of the walls?
No.
Was there any red stain pooling on the carpet on the floor?
No.
Was there any red stains on the couch?
No.
Now, on May 16th, you testified that that was the first time you'd ever met his kids. Did you consider that to be a big deal in your relationship?
Yes, absolutely.
And why was it a big deal in your mind?
Because we really hadn't introduced our kids to each other yet. We had talked about it, but with like COVID and everything going on, there just really wasn't an opportunity. And being that it was kind of a new relationship, we were just cautious. I think we were both being cautious and protective of our kids.
Did you believe this was a step forward in your relationship?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we were at a point where he felt comfortable enough to invite me over to meet his kids. So I felt happy about that, and that was kind of a moving forward, that he felt comfortable enough and that he trusted me around his kids.
And after you left his home on the late hours of May 16th of 2020, did you ever see Mr. Gutierrez alive again?
No.
Going to approach with State's Exhibit 222. Messages between you and Mr. Gutierrez on May 17th, starting at roughly 12:52 p.m. Does this start with you indicating, really enjoyed hanging out with you guys, thank you for inviting me, and him responding, it was nice seeing his daughter open up with you, and you said, she's adorable and his son is funny too?
Yes.
And a little bit later on, do you ask him if he's okay? And he says, yeah, I'm good, why you ask?
Yes.
And you say, just checking in, babe? And he says, that's twice now, are you having second thoughts of us? And you respond with, not at all. I was actually think about us a lot today. And he asks you, what about us? Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then you text him, just that I think we could have a lot of fun, all of us, and I think our kids would get along great, and thinking that I want you to be my person for a while, like hopefully a long while. And he then loves that message.
Yes.
You indicate, I think it's going to be challenging, of course, but I think we could survive. I hope anyways. Accurate?
Yes.
And then a little bit later on, it says, this rain is crazy. It's like Mother Nature telling Wisconsin, you don't know how to act with warm weather and a virus. And you said, it is. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you remember it raining that day?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, later on that evening, at roughly 8:33 p.m., you get a text from him that just says, I just dropped off his daughter, going over to Mike's for a little bit. And you say, okay, cool. Well, then maybe text me or ring me when you leave there or something. And then he sends okay at 8:36 p.m. on the 17th. Is that accurate?
Yes.
After that text message of okay at 8:36 p.m. on the 17th, do you ever hear from Mr. Gutierrez again?
No.
That's interesting. That just fucked up their timeline, didn't it? Hey, Katrina. Welcome. Yes, it is an old case. So if she didn't hear from him after 9:30 on the 17th, then that leaves the timeline wide open because they're claiming that it's the 19th, the Tuesday, and he's got an alibi for that with his tax. But it could have occurred earlier.
And at this time, I think we've established the defendant usually sends you a number of different messages.
Yes.
During you on most average days, there's a lot of different text messages exchanged between you and the defendant.
Yes.
Okay, I'm approaching with State's Exhibit 211.
I must say, the state is doing a good job of presenting this.
Yeah, May 17th at 5:13 p.m. where you simply send to him here.
Yes.
What was that in reference to, if you recall?
That I was at his house
Pick up the children?
to pick up the kids. Yes.
And then is there another text to or from the defendant's flip phone to you until May 18th at 8:34 p.m.?
Yeah, there's no communication there.
And was that unusual given the amount of communication?
I'm gonna object. Speculative.
World.
Is that unusual that on days when usually he's texting multiple times that there's no communication from May 17th at 5:13 p.m. until you reach out to him on May 18th at 8:30 p.m.?
Yes. That was unusual.
Now, when you picked up the kids on May 17th at roughly 5 p.m., What vehicles, if any, of the defendants did you see at his residence?
The only vehicle I recall seeing was the van.
And was that a vehicle that in 2020 you had ever driven?
No, that was his minivan, his car, his vehicle.
You picked up the kids on May 17th from the defendant. Do you recall what he was wearing as like a jacket?
He was wearing jeans, a white shirt, and a blue plaid flannel that he always wears or wore.
When you say he always wore it, what does that mean? How often would you see him in this jacket?
All the time. That's what he wore. That was his jacket.
Is this the jacket you're talking about when you say the flannel jacket you're talking regarding?
Yes.
And was this one of his favorite jackets?
Objection, speculation.
He wore it very often.
Representing what the witness perceived to be a favorite of his.
And is there any chance that this jacket is somewhere in your home?
No.
After you picked up the children on May 17th, what did you do that night?
I went home. It was a Sunday, so I went home and got ready for school for the week.
Monday, the 18th, at some point, did you realize that you hadn't really heard
Object,
from...
it's leading.
I'll rephrase.
All right, go ahead.
Based on the... Did you hear from Mr. Gutierrez at all on Monday, May 18th?
No. On the 17th, I got the text message from him, and I felt that it was... he would text me every night before he'd go to bed, and it didn't matter like what time it was. So I didn't get any like good night text from him. And then the next day, I didn't get a good morning text from him. That would have been the 18th. So I found that to be kind of odd that he hadn't texted me or communicated with me at all after he had said that he would text me when he got back or when he got home.
So you not hearing from him, you consider to be unusual?
Yes. Like I said, he'd text me literally every morning and every night without fail.
I'm approaching with states 193. The last thing on the 17th that you received at 8:36 p.m. was okay. And then on the 18th at about 12:11 p.m., did you text him, hey, you, another rainy day, hope your day is going well?
Yes.
And then he did respond to that, so you sent him some sort of emojis at 2:34, is that accurate?
Yes.
And he did respond to that, so you attempted to call him at 5:21 p.m.?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened with that call?
It went right to voicemail.
In your several-month relationship with Mr. Gutierrez, was that unusual?
Yes.
So at 5:27, do you then send a text, babe, everything okay? Haven't heard from you all day. Just let me know you're okay.
Yes.
And then he doesn't respond to that. So at 7 p.m., do you try to call him again?
Yes.
And what happens when you call him at 7 p.m.?
It goes to voicemail.
And at 7:42 p.m., do you attempt a Facebook call between your Facebook profile and his?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happens when you attempt that?
I get no answer.
Then will now be Tuesday, May 19th at 7:32 p.m. Do you attempt another Facebook call from you to him?
Yes, this was Tuesday morning.
And obviously that one's not picked up either?
Correct.
And then at 8:17 a.m., do you attempt to call his cell phone again?
Yes.
And is that picked up or is that voicemail again?
Voicemail.
And then on 5:19 at 10:20 a.m., do you attempt to call him again?
Yes.
And does that go straight to voicemail?
Yes.
Now, after that happens at 10:20 a.m. on the 19th, what do you elect to do moving forward regarding Mr. Harris?
Well, the 18th, I was pretty concerned because I had not heard from him at all. And so I wasn't really sure, had a lot of things kind of going through my head about why he wasn't. I thought maybe he got into an accident. I thought maybe he left his phone somewhere, just kind of all the normal things that you would think is, is this person okay? What's going on? I knew he had kids that he loved and cared about. So it was odd that his phone just was off and that he wasn't answering or responding at all. So that Monday, I was pretty concerned. I tried to reach out a few times throughout the day. Of course, I have little kids, and so they were at daycare, so I couldn't just, leave them, without somebody. So I kind of gathered my thoughts together and thought, okay, well, if I don't hear from him, then, try to maybe reach out to friends or something and just see if everything's okay. And if I don't hear from him, I kind of just decided I'm just going to go there and see what's going on. So that morning, I dropped the kids off at daycare, and I attempted to call him on my way down. And I was just kind of thinking, like, is he sick? Is he not feeling well? Maybe he just doesn't want to, maybe he just wants to be left alone, or maybe he's ghosting me. Maybe he's really done. I don't know. So I just went down there on Tuesday morning.
All right, let's break at this time, about 10 to 15 minutes. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
I didn't catch what the judge just said then. Were they on a break or? I'll go and skip the break. Because I don't think I can do it here. Let's see. No.
Not the original.
Voicemail again on May 19th at 10:20 a.m. What decision did you make next regarding Mr. Gutierrez?
I decided to go to his house
And why did you make that decision?
because I was concerned. I was worried about him and I had not heard from him. And I was not able to get a hold of any of his friends.
And so did you drive to that location?
I did.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, did you notice first?
I pulled up. I noticed that both of his vehicles were there. Both vehicles were there. His patio door was open, like the screen was closed, door was open, and I could tell from the parking lot. So I pulled up, and
where did you proceed to?
so I kind of did a little self-talk in the car, and then I walked up to the screen door and noticed that, like I said, the glass door wasn't all the way closed. So I walked up. I believe I was on the phone with my friend at the time, and I called for him through the screen. The blinds were closed, so I couldn't exactly see inside directly, but I could tell that the screen was open, so I figured somebody would hear me if I would call through the screen. So I called his name a few times. He didn't answer. So then I decided to go around into the main door to go to that door.
And when you went into the main door, is there a locked door to get there, or is that an unlocked door?
No, it's unlocked. So you can just go into the main door. And his apartment was to the right. So I proceeded to walk up to the door, and I knocked. And then as I walked up to the door, I noticed something on the wall by the door frame and the door where it connected. I noticed like something brownish. And I just kind of thought, my first thought was it looked like soy sauce. And I'm like, we didn't have what it looked like something was thrown on the wall there, and it wasn't there before. So it was kind of like, what is that? And then, like I said, I knocked on the door, didn't get any answer. And then I tried to open the door and it was locked. And then I went to go knock again. And when I went to go knock on the door, I saw like brown dots. He has a red door, a dark red door, and I could see like the brown dots all over the door. I got a very sick feeling. I then decided to walk back outside and go to the main door again. And I remember being very afraid. I remember I being on the phone with my friend and her saying, you know, just open the door, just open the door and go in and see if he's there. And I said, okay. And I opened the screen and I pushed the blinds aside, and I immediately saw red blood, just a lot of brownish, reddish blood on the floor. And the apartment looked different. It was, it looked different. It looked like furniture had been moved and strategically placed somewhere else. It did not look the way that it looked the night before. And I could tell something was missing, and I couldn't put my finger on it immediately. And then I then realized that it was the rug that was missing. And I freaked. I called his name, and then I remember my friend saying, you have to call 911, and I called 911, and they came, and then I never went into the apartment. And then they came and they did their sweep, and I told them that
I have returned.
told them
One has entered.
You talk about kind of standing and carpeting, and so the last time you had been present at the apartment before the 19th, when you found that scene, was the 16th. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And all of that was different from the 16th.
Yes.
And did you then stay on scene after you called 911?
I did. Again, I remember, like I said, I remember knowing that something was missing, and I couldn't put my finger on it. So when I finally realized it, I was kind of talking through, and I let the officer know, like, hey, this is missing. And then he said, yep, we'll go and do all that. I then went to my car, and I believe I may have made some phone calls. I may have called my friend, may have called daycare, and trying to just get a handle on where the kids were. I was pretty freaked out at the time. I remember an officer coming up to the window and saying, do you know of anybody or do you know of anyone who would want to hurt him? And I said, no, I don't know. I said, but I did say that my daughter had been telling me about some pretty disturbing things that my ex was doing, and I had concerns that he was tracking me, and that I had reached out to law enforcement to express my concerns, and nothing had happened, and that maybe there was something there. And the officers asked if my daughter would be willing to come down and talk about what she knew.
You indicated that after you found the scene and called 911, that one of the calls you made was to daycare. Why were you calling daycare at that moment? What was going through your mind?
At this point, I had concerns that possibly Zach had done something and was gonna go after the kids. I don't know. I was just afraid. I just wanted to make sure my kids were safe, and I was in Kenosha and I wasn't anywhere near them. So I wanted to alert daycare to let them know that, which they already were on alert because of our past. So they knew to call me if Zach ever showed up at daycare without me knowing. So I just called to make sure like that they knew like what was happening, and that if he did show up that they would call me and let me know right away.
Now, you indicated officers or detectives asked you about would your daughter be willing to come down to talk to them? Did you make that happen?
I told them that I would go home and talk to her and ask her if she would be willing to come down and talk to them. I only knew what she told me, so the only information I had was what she told me. So I couldn't tell them. She had to be the one to tell them.
And ultimately, did your daughter agree to come down and speak with officers?
Yes, I went directly home. I touched base with Olivia, with my daughter. I told her, I explained to her that I had explained to her earlier that I had been concerned about my friend missing, or that he hadn't, I didn't say missing. I had said that I had concerns that he hadn't contacted me, and that I thought, you know, maybe something happened. And so then when I came back after going there and coming back home, I had said to her, you know, hey, I remember I told you my friend was, you know, I had concerns about my friend missing and he's still gone. And I went to his house and he's not there. And the first thing she said was,
I'm going to object to what her daughter said on grounds of hearsay.
Yep. Ms. Beecham, ultimately, did you then with your daughter respond back and speak to law enforcement here in Kenosha?
Yep, we drove back down to Kenosha.
And did they ask for your phone to download to take all that information off your phone?
They did.
And did you submit to that?
Absolutely.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Well, the defense better bring it, because
Yes, thank you.
they need to do quite a bit to convince me. This will be an interesting cross.
On direct examination that from approximately 2007 to 2019, you and Mr. Anderson were in an on and off again relationship.
Yes.
And during that period of time, you had mentioned there were times where Mr. Anderson had not been residing in the state of Wisconsin.
Correct.
And during those times, were you and him together?
There was only one time that he lived outside of Wisconsin.
And when was that?
That was 2016, roughly.
For approximately how long?
Objection irrelevant. Where he lived in 2016, irrelevant.
The relevance
Yeah,
is they went into all of this on.
I think
direct.
I'm with you,
The relevance
Tricia.
is that they have been purporting that Mr. Anderson acts in a certain way, is constantly trying to get her back together. So they went through the timeline of their relationship. I'm doing the same.
There's been no discussion that he tried to get back together in 2016. Relevant.
It's overruled.
Sorry, do you need me to repeat the question?
For how long? Is that what you asked? For how long
Yeah,
that he was living there?
correct.
Maybe about a year and a half, not exactly sure.
Okay, and during that time, how frequent was the communication?
Well, we talked on the phone Skype once in a while. We wanted to see the kids, so we would have some contact, probably weekly.
And was he trying to get back together with you at that point?
In 2016, we were together.
Just living?
Wisconsin.
Correct.
Okay. And during your entire relationship, weren't there times where Mr. Anderson was seeing other women?
He was cheating on me several times, yes.
You talked about how it was around February, middle February, late February, I can't remember, that you started to talk to Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes.
And this was over you had met over Facebook dating?
Yes.
And prior to him, had you gone on dates with other men?
Objection seems irrelevant.
Sustained.
No.
You didn't have to answer that. February, you said that around February 29th, 2020 was when you first went to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Yes.
And that you had some type of problem going there?
Yes.
Because of the GPS?
Correct.
You have an Android phone?
I do.
And so you used, what map application did you use?
Google Maps.
And you said that after February 29th, after you started talking to him, you went on a trip to Mexico?
Yes.
And how long were you in Mexico for?
About a week and 7 days.
And the state had asked you whether you told Mr. Anderson about that trip,
Yes.
and you had said you hadn't because you didn't think it was his business.
Correct.
And so you didn't think it was appropriate to tell the father of your children that they were going to be with someone else for a week?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I did not think that he needed to know.
So after that March incident, and was that early March that you were in Mexico?
Yes.
You had been messaging. We saw a lot of texts, and I'm unfortunately going to have to probably go through them a lot with you again. But you texted him, Mr. Gutierrez. You had contact with him through text and phone calls, correct?
Yes.
And also through Facebook Messenger.
Yes.
So after this time where you're in Mexico, you talked to Mr. Gutierrez about your issues with Mr. Anderson, correct?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 259.
So we have a hearsay objection, Judge, to the document.
May I see it?
Stipulated to.
May I see it? May I see it, please?
Stipulated to foundation.
May I see it, please? Overall.
All right, putting on Elmo, that's exhibit 259. So first page, not really that relevant, but this is between you and Mr. Gutierrez. Do you remember receiving a message from Mr. Gutierrez on March 3rd, 2020? I love the sun.
Okay.
And then there was a conversation where Mr. Gutierrez sent you a text through Messenger that says, you need to get a calendar and start tracking every time he calls and attempts to spend time with the kids. He might buy something, etc. It will become very helpful. Maybe even try to backtrack as much as you can and track it. Do you know who Mr. Gutierrez was referring to? If you know, when he said he.
He's talking about Zach.
No, it's not in the stream. It's in
You must have had
a couple of doors down.
issues you had with Mr. Anderson.
I explained to him that I was very afraid that he was tracking me and that he was also trying to take the kids.
Back in March of 2020?
Correct.
Okay. And then you responded, or previous to that, he had messaged you, full custody might be hard unless you have a paper trail of situations where it shows he is unfit. You can get primary placement. They will grant him visitation rights every other weekend, but from what it sounds like, he won't follow through with. Keep a paper trail of it, then down the road, you can go for full custody. It will also get the ball rolling for child support. And you said, I will, and yes, it might be hard, but I'm gonna try. And then there's the message we just read, correct?
Yep.
And then you said, I have some things already documented, especially from the last incident. And then anyway, ... correct?
Correct.
Then Mr. Gutierrez responded to you that same day, 7:30 a.m. Babe, I can stake out by your house tonight like a detective, LOL. And you said, oh my God, you're so sweet. He said, but seriously, I don't have the kids tonight. To which you said, no, he can't come back to or he'll get arrested. The cops told my friend to call back if he comes back, right?
Correct.
And then he said, or option B is ... well, I do know people.
Okay.
You received that message from him?
Yeah.
And then you responded back on March 5th, 2020, oh, I've definitely thought about a plan B, LOL. Shouldn't be this hard, and I'm so mad he doesn't care what it does to the kids. Correct?
Correct.
Mr. Gutierrez responded, that's why plan B might work, just needs a little reminder.
Okay.
So on March 5th, 2020, you're already having conversations with Mr. Gutierrez about how you need to plan something against Mr. Anderson, correct?
No.
That's not what we just read.
No.
You weren't talking about a plan A or a plan B.
I was not talking about a plan anything.
You were talking about how you wanted to get full custody of the kids.
Yes.
And that you were going to have documentation that would be enough to get custody of those kids.
No, he was giving me advice on that.
going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 259 again, where when you guys are talking about what you should do to get custody, you say, I will. And yes, it might be hard, but I'm going to try. So when you said, I will, and he's talking about keeping a paper trail, are you saying you will to be keeping a paper trail or something else?
I'm having conversation with him. I'm basically just saying, yeah, okay, I will. Like, sounds like good advice from somebody who may have been through this before or who obviously cares enough about me to help me, you know, protect my children.
But you've only been talking to him for 5 days at this point, correct?
No. March 5th. I've been talking to him for a couple weeks already.
So what day in February did you start talking to him?
The 13th.
Okay. So you think by May 5th, and you only met him once prior to having this conversation, correct?
I don't know about think, but I know. So
Sorry, what was that?
I said, I don't know what I think, but I know that he was concerned and he was expressing his concern to me.
Sorry,
That's what you saw in the text, his concern.
That didn't really answer my question. Prior to May 5th,
Okay.
or March 5th, 2020, you had only met Mr. Gutierrez one time, correct?
No, twice.
So you talked about February 29th, where you went to his house. You then go to Mexico. When did you meet him prior?
We met earlier. We met another time before that you guys don't have a record of. Yes, I don't know.
Well, on direct, do you remember saying that the first time that you met him was when you went to his apartment?
That was the first time I went to his apartment. Yes, the first time we met outside we met at a restaurant. We met somewhere else. The very first time that we met. The first time I went to his house was the 29th. That's correct.
So after knowing the guy from February 13th to March 5th, 2020, you already believe that he cares about you deeply enough to be concerned about you.
He cared enough to have the conversation with me. He obviously picked up that I was concerned and that I was scared. I think a good man does that.
So going back to, at this point in March of 2020, you're already saying you're going to be documenting things in order to get custody of your children.
I did not say I was going to be documenting things. I replied with, I will. You can infer whatever you'd like from that, but I was not specific as to what I will be doing.
So you talked then after you come back that Mr. Anderson around this time frame, and when I say time frame, I'm talking about around March 3rd, 2022 up about March 16th. So let's just take those first 2 weeks of March of 2020. That Mr. Anderson would constantly text, email, and call you, correct?
Did I tell?
That was on direct examination.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And the state had also asked you that during that time frame that you had not given Mr. Anderson any indications that you were interested in rekindling your relationship, correct?
Right.
And that you weren't inviting him over because you didn't want him at your house, correct?
I guess that depends. So I wasn't inviting him over for romantic relations or anything like that, no.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 278. Highlighted portions. This is a text to Mr. Anderson on March 21st, 2020. Correct? And it says, you texted him, morning, when did you leave? I thought you were going to stay. Correct? And he responds, good morning, pretty lady. I left when everyone fell asleep last night. Goes on, okay, but you fell asleep first. but you'd agree that that was a text message string between you and Mr. Anderson?
Yep.
So Mr. Anderson had spent the night
He came over to see the kids. Yep.
and he spent the night, or you thought he was going to spend the night?
Yeah, it was pretty late, so I don't know. Yeah, I asked if he had stayed or if he left. So when I
before
left,
you said you didn't want him at your house at all around this time frame. And March 21st, 2020, you thought he was going to be staying at your house.
yeah, if he said he was going to stay with the kids or if he wanted to stay, I may have said that that was fine.
Also during this time frame, you were still calling Mr. Anderson by nicknames that you had given him, cute nicknames, right?
Probably.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 277. Text from 3/22/2020, where he says good night, and you say good night, Z-Bear, correct?
Yep.
Z-Bear was one of the nicknames you had for Mr. Anderson, correct?
It's a name that I call, yeah, it is.
There were other times in March that you also called him by names that you would. In 2020, you say, I believe it's actually March 27th because it's in UTC time. You again say good night, A Bear, and then say Z. Correct?
Sure. Yeah.
And he just said good night to you in this instance, and you're the one that used a romantic nickname, correct?
It's not a romantic nickname.
But it's not his name. His name's Zach or Zachariah, correct?
Yeah, I call him by a lot of different things if you look through the text. So it's not meant in any romantic way.
Let me ask you, in the time frame that you were dating him from 2007 to 2019, would you use the term Z-Bear?
I would use that term. I would use a lot of other terms as well.
Okay. And would you agree that that's kind of a term of endearment?
Sure. I call my daughter A Bear. I call my friends Bear. I use that term for a lot of people. It's very familiar to me. And so if I used it, it's because it was familiar to me.
Going into April, and I'm just so you can kind of have a gist of where I'm going, I'm just going to go as the state went. So April of 2020, you said that Mr. Anderson is still constantly emailing you, texting you, calling you, correct?
Yes.
And you had noted that he kept giving you gifts.
Yes.
What kind of gifts was Mr. Anderson giving you?
Not gifts. He would bring flowers, or he would leave flowers at the door, or when he would go pick up the kids and bring them, he'd have flowers with him to drop off the kids.
So they were only when he was dropping off the kids that he would bring these to you?
I don't know exactly when. It was random.
You said it was random, like how many times?
Don't know.
We listened to this recording that was a phone conversation between you and Mr. Anderson from April 8th, 2022, or 2020, pardon me. And in that, you and Mr. Anderson seem to be having a conversation, and Mr. Anderson's talking to you about the things that he's doing, and you said, "I'm not appreciating it."
Are you taking something he said out of context? Because I
And
believe
just answer
he
the question
was.
which is asked.
Well,
I was asking about what you said,
okay.
which was, you said, "I'm not appreciating this."
Yes, I did hear that.
And so by saying that, you were acknowledging that you were not appreciating his kind gestures.
I don't know exactly. I mean, that was a very difficult to hear. So I would, in that conversation, I feel like I'm trying to let him know that I appreciate that he is, saying all these nice things, but it doesn't matter. It's not going to matter. So it is appreciated. Thank you, but no, thank you.
And so during this time too, do you remember the state asking you in April that you had no intention of Mr. Anderson coming over? You didn't want him at the house because you were, quote, afraid.
Yeah, I was.
Exhibit 275. This is a text from May 23rd, or late May 22nd, again, UTC time.
March?
March.
April?
April 22nd, 2020. You text Mr. Anderson, "Picking up Panda Express. If you want to come over for a little bit, let me know." Correct?
Yep.
And right after that, you text Becky saying, "Oh my God, Liv is lying now and trying to make up things. This is out of control." Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and before that, Mr. Anderson, when we look at your latest string text, you had previously been talking about, when we look at the bottom, Olivia's homework, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't ask to come over at all, correct?
I don't know.
It wasn't, you were the one that asked if he wanted to come over for a little bit.
Where do you see that?
Sorry, this text, "Picking up Panda Express. If you want to come over for a little bit, let me know."
Oh, yeah.
So Mr. Anderson doesn't start anything. Mr. Anderson doesn't ask to come over, and you invite him over during a time where you weren't allowing him at the house?
I was allowing him in the house to work with our daughter on assignments. It was also 2 days before her birthday. And so we were trying to plan and figure out what we were going to do for her birthday and what that was going to look like. So to see the kids, yeah, I probably would have allowed him to come over. And if I'm going to pick up food, I'm not going to sit there and eat it in front of him, the kids.
But you'd agree that on that day, around that time frame, Mr. Anderson hadn't even asked to come over. That was something that you had prompted.
Well, I mean, sure, you can take that out of context. You sure can. That day, yes.
Then the state went into, strike that. You claim that during this time, back
in April. Now let's move kind of later to April before your daughter's birthday. Mr. Anderson's still texting you?
Yes. Objection to the term you claim is argumentative. Sorry, objection to the term you claim, it is argumentative.
Well, what's the difference between saying that and saying you have testified?
Well, one reflects what is happening, and the other reflects that sounds like it has a bias attached to it.
Well, I think there's probably some validity to that, but it's still an acceptable question overall.
You can ask again, please.
Sure, that during this time you've testified that Mr. Anderson is still texting you and that, but you have no desire in getting back together, rekindling the relationship.
I don't think we know what time. Objection is to vagueness.
Sorry, before that, I'd asked the time about a specific date time.
Ask your question, please.
So we were in this late April before, the previous question I had said, late April before your daughter's birthday, that you had previously testified that during this time frame, Mr. Anderson was continuously texting you, but that you had no desire to rekindle the relationship.
Correct.
And that you made that clear with him.
I did.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 274. We'll start, and I'm just going to be talking about the highlighted ones. So this is going to be late night because of the UTC time. Late night on April 22nd, 2020. You received a text from Mr. Gutierrez. What you doing, Dave? Correct?
23rd, yes.
So it says the 23rd. But it's because UTC is like +5 or 6. So late night, 22nd. I just don't want there to be any misrepresentation. You also, at around 10 minutes later, received that text from Mr. Anderson. I still love you. Thanks for having me over. Good night. Correct? Mm-hmm. And so on the 22nd, you had Mr. Anderson at your house. He's saying, thanks for having me over. Correct?
He wasn't at my house at that time.
No, not at that exact time, but you'd agree that he must have been there at some point because he says, thanks for having me over.
Well, he texted me back later that day, which was the Panda Express day.
Correct.
Yeah.
So this is him saying, thank you for having me over after you had Panda Express together.
Sure, yes.
So then, about 7 minutes later, you text Mr. Gutierrez back, say, laying here, ready to go to bed, baby. Right?
Yep.
And then, about 1 minute later, Mr. Gutierrez messaged you back, says good night and sweet dreams. Right?
Yep.
And then 2 minutes later, you text Mr. Anderson back and say, good night, XOXO.
Yep.
And then 2 minutes later, you text Mr. Gutierrez, good night, Rosalio.
Yep.
Good night, XOXO. This is obvious, but XOXO, hugs and kisses.
Yep.
Over, you say good night, hugs and kisses, as you're at the same time texting Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes.
She's really going to make a big deal out of an
We
XOXO.
then have the incident that you talked about on direct about, and you were shown the videos with Mr. Anderson at your residence, correct? That was kind of the next thing that happened?
Say that again?
The next thing you talked about the state was the incident that happened the night before your daughter's birthday.
Oh, yes.
And you went through some text messages where afterwards you had told Mr. Gutierrez about what you believed happened, correct?
Probably, yes. I know that I informed him after I'd found out.
Come on, lady.
I beg your pardon?
I said I apologize. The state just wants to review these exhibits.
I'm still thinking about poor Ashley Benefield. She just looks so defeated. Just blank, void. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if they put her on suicide watch after that, just quietly.
Okay. To which one? These are a furtherance of the exact message string.
Hold on. I apologize, but I don't want to make the argument, this particular argument, in the presence of the jury. I'm happy to come and approach them.
Yep.
Do you want to see all of them, Judge? I don't know which
How
one
are you
he's
going
referring.
through?
There's a lot here. I just showed them all to him. I don't know which one are you particularly objecting to?
Well, I'm objecting to the strain of them, because yeah.
In order for me to provide something to judge, I need to see
Here,
one.
just stand them up, please.
Yeah. What my objection is, so the court knows.
You had a press conference, Christine.
Okay.
What do you
That's going to
mean?
be an objection. Why don't you cite the statute?
As to hearsay? So it,
I don't know. I can't see it from here, but it can't be much longer.
Why would this be hearsay if those introduced by the
Who had a press conference?
I am indicating that 908045, that there's a difference between the party opponent introducing and the party introducing. But in this case, 908045.
Except the ones that I'm looking at.
Sure, I understand.
Are not a statement of a party opponent.
I don't think there's an exception.
Ah, okay.
908045. I don't think they meet any of the exceptions. And it's not an area we inquired into.
I haven't gotten through them all, but she says these are extensions of the set that were being reviewed with the witness by Ms. Gutierrez.
I believe it's a separate area of inquiry.
Judge, if I can, they've introduced, these are messages between Ms. Beecham and Mr. Gutierrez. The state selectively chose messages that they wanted to read. So even under the rule of completeness, I could bring in their entire.
They're separate subjects.
Sure, it's all on the same subject regarding Mr. Anderson. So
I'm holding one right now.
Give us a moment, will you? Go upstairs if you like, but well, I'll leave it up to you. But be ready at a moment's notice.
Yeah, well, it's 9:05 in the morning here, so it's been a long night.
Judge, if the court will recall, the state brought a number of people who are friends of Rosalio Gutierrez into this courtroom. They indicated that as an offer of proof, they indicated Rosalio Gutierrez had told them that he was dating a woman named Sadie who had a ex-boyfriend who was harassing him, etc. I indicated to the court that I believe that the court should allow that it was not hearsay. The court made a ruling that as to each of those individual friends, I think there were 3 separate individuals where I sought that evidence to be introduced.
I don't know what that means, Christine.
Rosalio Gutierrez were hearsay. And so
What's a sensitize?
about unavailability, the court, I think, finally determined that unavailable was present, but that we did not meet an exception under 908045. The state, the defense chose to object to each of those and indicated that those were hearsay. We just introduced a number of text messages. The defense did not object. Even though they objected to a number of things in terms of those other statements, so I assume that was a strategic choice by them. I am now indicating that I'm making the same objection, asking the court to exercise the same.
Press conference.
I'm aware that if it's something we covered, that they are allowed to contextualize it in some circumstances. But I don't think, just as the court ruled that we could not meet an exception under 908045, I don't think we're in any different situation now. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Thank you, Judge. I don't really need to repeat the things I mentioned before. I will note that I did not object during this witness's testimony about conversations held between her and Mr. Gutierrez. The state selectively chose text messages that paints their communication in a certain way, and I'm offering the evidence to show the other side of the communication on the same topic. Again, there's a lot of
that's all right.
there.
Thank
I
you.
think there'd be a specific argument to each one.
I'm not going to have time to watch it. I'm going to sleep shortly.
Every exhibit that's there, but if I could have them back, so then if the court wants me
I'll
to go
watch it
through
tomorrow.
each of them, I can do that. Thank you.
Well,
you can email me the link if you like, Christine. I just won't get a chance to watch it this morning.
I don't know.
I'm tired.
I have to say, I don't recall ever. I'm going to start over. We learned from early on in law school about the other lawyer.
Oh, God, this judge.
I don't recall ever reading or seeing or hearing that the failure to object both, well,
oh my God, Judge, please move on, please.
Related matter.
Thank you.
That would otherwise be kept out. The fact that the defense did not object on your examination was a risky proposition on your end, that that I would conclude that the door had been opened and they could go into this other material. It was a risky proposition from their end that I would say no.
Thank you, Christine.
But I'm not familiar with any rule that explicitly says, other than what I think is the general practice, that if you go into it,
anyone's got to be better than this.
To bring in similar materials from the same package. So I think I'm going to allow it.
Okay, and the court's ruling is that we've opened the door, essentially.
I think that's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Ask the jury to come in.
I like Judge Fleischer. He's awesome.
Go ahead.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 272. I'm going to zoom out. Overall, you'd agree this is text messages from your phone because we see Becky in there, Junior, Zachariah. This appears to be your text messages.
Yes.
Okay. So when you go to the second page, so these text messages that we see, this page, we'll go zoom in here. There's text messages between you and Jeannie, correct? Then someone named Cha, right?
Yes.
And then we have this text message that reads from Mr. Gutierrez, or you sent to Mr. Gutierrez. Well, I guess if he has your info, you should have his, ... Correct? Sure, I know it's hard because this is terribly blurry. So it says 4/26/2020 at 1:20 a.m., but it's UTC time. So that's going to be
You should have, Cindy.
very late evening hours on April 25th, 2020. And then the next text messages we have in response to that was from Junior, who said, already figured it out. I did a little bit Facebook investigations. You said, I just went fucking off the rails, excuse my language, but that's what it says, off the rails on him a few minutes ago, correct?
Yep.
And then there's a text, the next text message from him says, for the record, only if you say it's okay, right?
Absolutely.
And then there's a string of messages between you and
There, the defense better come up with something special to convince me.
that says Chinese for dinner tonight, correct? Sorry, Mr. Gutierrez. This one?
Yes.
So this was a string, and this was just taken from your Cellbrite reports. We have page 184 and page 185. And this is an accurate string of the messages between you and him for that time period?
I
String of messages between.
I was swayed way before the cross. 2.5.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 280. This is page 2 of 280. This is from Mr. Gutierrez's Cellbrite download. So this is not in UTC time,
No.
this is normal time.
No, not at
April
all.
25th, 2020 at 8:41 p.m. He sends you a text. That's what I'm going to do. I already reached out to old friends.
No, I'm in favor of his guilt.
From this situation, correct?
That's what it says.
Then he says, just a good old-fashioned ass whooping, maybe broken leg or something, correct?
That's what it says.
Then there's a text from him at 8:48 p.m. on April 25th, 2020 that says, then delete those texts from your phone. To which you respond, what texts, correct?
Yes.
And then he says, for the record, only if you say it's okay, correct?
Yep.
Which would correspond to Defense Exhibit 272, this message about, for the record, only if you say it's okay, correct? It's the same, same text.
Same text, yes.
But what we don't have in here, in your text message string, was this whole language about you deleting texts, correct?
Probably.
So then you deleted these texts where Mr. Gutierrez tells you that he could do something to Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yes, I did.
And then on May 25th at 9:24 p.m., Mr. Gutierrez sends you a text message that says 6813 Highland Road, Mequon, Wisconsin 53092, correct?
Yes,
And do you know whose address that is?
I do.
Whose is it?
Zach's.
Mr. Anderson's?
Zachariah.
Okay, and that was sent from Junior to you, correct?
Correct.
And that was at 9:24:49?
Yes.
So when we look back at Defense Exhibit 2, or 272, your text message for around 9:51 p.m. on April 25th, which is right above the highlighted portion, that text is also missing from your string about Mr. Gutierrez sending you Mr. Anderson's address, correct?
Yep.
Moving on, Junior asks you, is this accurate, correct?
Yep.
And then you respond, Poppy, no snitch, correct?
Correct.
You had given
Yeah, but
Mr. Gutierrez information.
I'm not convinced of the actual timeline of the
that address.
unaliving because
Gutierrez some information
it could have happened
Mr. Anderson lived, correct?
I may have.
any time from late Saturday evening.
279.
Really?
So this is April 25th at 8:21 p.m. You send Mr. Gutierrez a text that says Zachariah Anderson lives in Mequon, correct?
Yes.
And this was after the one below. You said, well, I guess if he is.
Did you see that he's suing Mequon
Yes.
for $10 million for wrongful conviction or something?
Again, this is from his Cellbrite report. Continue to talk about Mr. Anderson, right?
Ah, good.
Sure. Yes.
So the state had gone over a little bit, but I'm going to give you the full message string here, starting on page 2 of Defense Exhibit 281. Thank you. All right, we'll start at the bottom. So April 26th at 8:54 p.m., Junior text you, did he record more? Correct?
Yes.
I think you kind of went through these. You said he took your vehicle registration and a note from a DJ when he left today. He said, you know that fucker doesn't care about you. He really loves DJ. To which you were, and then you sent another text. I wasn't sure what he was saying and why, but then Liv just told me he took something from your car and still has them, including this letter. So he was definitely here. Then Mr. Gutierrez responds, LOL, that's so funny. That note was in the passenger side back pocket. He has a letter from the last owner of the car. And then you said, LOL, I have no clue and don't really care, correct?
Correct.
And that was you referring to this alleged love letter from this previous owner, right?
Correct.
You were telling him that you're not worried about it.
Correct.
And then he says his daughter found it the other day when she was riding in the back seat. And you say, again, really, I'm not worried or questioning, correct?
Correct.
And then you send a text, I'm fucking pissed he removed your personal information from your car, correct?
Correct.
Then we see this text that we heard about before. Liv wants to meet you and your kids before you. And then Junior says, I'm not worried about it, correct?
Correct.
and he says he can have all my info. I want him to know exactly who beat his ass up, correct?
Correct.
I didn't hear the answer.
Correct.
Thank you.
I care about you and don't want to cause more problems, but I think I'm going to pay him a visit, correct?
Yes.
This is on April 26th at 9:02 p.m. Right?
Yes, that's what it says.
Then he says there needs to be consequences for his actions, correct?
Correct.
So this whole string, when you're talking to him, there needs to be consequences for his actions. I'm going to go pay him a visit. All of this stuff is in reference to the conversation that you had about Mr. Anderson going into Mr. Gutierrez's vehicle, correct?
I think this was in reference to all of it.
But this was immediately after. This whole line of questioning from
Yes.
that I just went over on the previous date and the 26th is all stemming from Mr. Anderson going into Mr. Gutierrez's vehicle.
Objection. She's already answered that question and said it was everything. It wasn't just going in the vehicle.
Sustained.
In these text message strings, though, what you were talking about, I'm going to show you again, Defense Exhibit 281. You're talking about Mr. Anderson going into the vehicle, taking the registration and the note from DJ, correct?
Yeah, I think he was fed up with this as being the final thing, yes.
Okay. And so this is around the same time, this is Defense Exhibit 271, Mr. Gutierrez texted you and said, yeah, I'm not allowing it either. He's going to find out. Correct?
Yes.
And this is still when he, referring to he, you and him are still talking about Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yes.
To show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 273. So looking at the text message.
You say 273, Councilman?
Correct, Defense Exhibit 273. This is a message that you sent later on the 25th at 11 p.m. to Junior. He took a video of us on the couch and me in just my tank top and us going into the bedroom, then showed Liv. She just told me everything, correct?
Yes.
He says, are you fucking serious? That's enough to call the cops, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then he says, what's his fucking address, correct?
Yes.
And then after that is when you wind up saying that he lives in Mequon and Mr. Gutierrez sends you Mr. Anderson's address, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So those conversations, that one was on the 25th, but all these conversations go into late night around 9 p.m. on the 26th of April, correct?
Yes.
So then, Defense Exhibit 260. At 3:11 in the morning on April 26, 2020, you have a nearly 3-hour FaceTime call with Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
Yes.
relationship was moving forward, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware at this time that Mr. Gutierrez was dating other women?
No, I wouldn't know that.
You then said on direct that on April 26th, Mr. Gutierrez had said that he got in the car to go to Mr. Anderson's home, but then chose not to.
Yeah, he mentioned something about that.
But you weren't with him on the evening of April 26th.
No,
So you couldn't see where he was, correct?
correct. No.
There were times where on direct examination, the state said that Mr. Anderson appeared to know things, or you thought he knew things about Mr. Gutierrez that you had not told him or discussed with him, correct?
Yeah, yes, he told me things that he should not have known. Not disclosed to him, I should say.
But Mr. Anderson would discuss these things with you, correct?
Discuss what?
Things about Mr. Gutierrez.
No.
Oh, okay.
You have to be more specific.
From the state's perspective, is improper, and I'd ask the court to take a look at it. It's a communication that has a particular fact that I think is irrelevant and is it should not be allowed.
I didn't hear all of what you said.
Sorry, I said not an area we inquired about, and I believe it's irrelevant.
Oh, what did I miss? I was distracted by a kitty cat begging me for food. What was the low blow, Anna?
When she let the judge read it, as I asked.
May I see it first?
Yeah.
I don't, thought you wanted to be heard outside the press. we're going to break shortly, so let's see if I can get this disposed of before that, and then, so just take a few minutes if you would, please, and don't talk about the case.
Oh, God. I know. It's driving me mental. Have we got much longer on today's feed? I can't see it from here.
Mr. Gravely.
Judge, the court sees what this is. Again, this is not an area we went into. This is a discussion where, if can I see the? This is from the defendant to the witness. So again, this is the party, not a party opponent, offering up something indicating that the missing party here, Rosalio Gutierrez, has a battery charge. So this is a statement we did not introduce from the defendant himself. This is not Rosalio's messages. These are, now we're in the defendant's messages. So we did not introduce any statement regarding anything having to do with the background or his argument about why Rosalio might be a bad person. I believe I'm aware that the battery charge is a case where a ticket was ultimately awarded, so it's not even accurate in terms of the portrayal it would be to a jury. It would cause a situation where the state would be obligated to take a try at convincing the court to allow me to be able to show what the outcome was of any charge that had been filed, because I believe it was dismissed and a ticket was instead the result. So it is hearsay without an exception available, and is not an area we inquired in. It's not the Rosalio text, which I know the court has already ruled on. It's a text directly from the defendant, not in an area we inquired, which is highly prejudicial in its impact.
So can I have that exhibit back? Oh,
I got it.
You have it?
I was referring to
So the state in exhibit state 205 talks about the text message strings between Mr. Anderson and Sadie Beecham on April 30th, 2020. And remember, Judge, this was in context to Candace Milla and the information that was gathered from there. Simply a continuation of that same text string about how it actually all started. Then the state will be going into, well, one, I disagree that the state didn't go into this in their direct examination, saying that Mr. Anderson seemingly had information that he shouldn't have known and that he couldn't have, like, where he could have gotten it from is going to be directly tied into their presentation of the evidence with officers about Mr. Anderson's search history on this and around this date, which was he looked up on CCAP, he looked up on Facebook, and then what this shows is that immediately upon receiving that information, he just tells Miss Beecham about it, and they have a conversation. Attorney Gravely, when I conferred with him on, well, are you not going to be going into Mr. Anderson's search history, said that he would only be going into certain ones. But really, it's this incomplete picture where if they're going to be saying, well, how would he know this about someone? How would he know his address? Well, you know, to give the context of that's easily readable on CCAP and other platforms, and also to paint the picture that Mr. Anderson wasn't just gathering this information and keeping it to himself in a secret little diary, that he was having a conversation about what was received. It was no secret. I think is critical to this case, especially when their theory and painting Mr. Anderson as this person who keeps a whole document on a whole folder on his computer dedicated to this individual. I think it's critical that the jury know that he was sharing this information. So not only is it a complete text, a furthering of an exhibit that they already introduced to show the complete text messages of that date, it also will be completely relevant to the state's other evidence that it'll bring in. And I'd rather not have Ms. Beecham come back after the state presents that information, but if that's what's necessary, then we'll do it. But I don't believe that we're barred from coming into this. There's been a lot of things that the defense didn't like Mr. Anderson's.
No, I don't want to go back.
Sure, but I think what basically, Judge, this is no different than when the state got to go into all of the things about Mr. Anderson's.
Talk about the,
okay,
this is
that's
not
fine.
Gethsemane, you know, I am just going to talk about this particular objection. He says it's irrelevant.
Sure, so that's all I have then, Judge.
Sustained.
It's not a continuation.
You just said
you know,
sustained.
quit while you're ahead.
Oh.
So then,
I thought you said state. I did
Judge,
not hear you say
I heard
sustained.
sustained, Judge. We can stop there.
Judge, at this time then, I'd like an order that they cannot go into any information that Mr. Anderson had about Mr. Gutierrez on CCAP.
I'm not going to make an advanced ruling.
Okay.
As I said, I'm ready to pounce.
Fine.
At appropriate times.
Fuddle-dee-dee.
What am I going to tell them about the length of the trial? That I told them would take 2 weeks and 2 days. And we're down to the waning hours.
Easter?
I actually don't have anything funny to say. It's
Well,
that
you know,
bad.
but anybody got an idea of how long we're going to be?
I think we probably are done morning of Thursday morning.
Let's add on time for Thursday afternoon.
See where it says 911 on there?
I hope they end today shortly because I can hardly keep my eyes open.
Then I would anticipate the defense, we could be done by end of day Monday. Maybe Tuesday morning.
Oh boy, I should have picked 20. Well, I have to be honest with them. Ask them to come in, please.
Are we?
Well, if there's only 5 or 10 minutes left of today's proceedings, I'll hang out. But oh dear. It means I've got to get up and go out and check on my computer, and I can't be asked.
I've sustained the objection. We're going to take a little bit more today, then we'll break for the day. Now, I have a suspicion that it's occurred to one or more of you that we're not doing so well calendar-wise, and your suspicions are correct. And I just inquired of the lawyers, look at me, she's even smiling, that's very nice.
It's a smile of doomed parties.
Yeah. Anyway, I inquired of the lawyers, what shall I tell the jury? And I have to tell you, I was expecting to hear a sooner date than I heard, and it actually there was reference to going into Monday of next week. In fact, I think I may have even heard a later reference, but we're going to put the pedal to the metal. But just so you're aware, if that creates an enormous problem for somebody, if it's with your employer, I may be able to give you some assistance there. I don't recall that ever being a problem. I also don't recall having missed by this much on a anticipated completion date. But other issues we'd have to address as they arise. But as it stands right now, it does not appear that we'll finish before the end of the week at the very earliest. So just so you're aware of that. And any question, anybody? They're so nice. Really, I'm not just saying it. And I've worked with not a lot of very nice jurors over the years. But anyway. I want to read their text messages. All right. So I did sustain the objection, so go ahead.
Thank you. On direct examination, you had been asked a series of questions relating to your friend Candace, and is it Mila or Mila?
It's Miller. It's just
Miller.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is also your friend.
Yes, it's a mutual friend.
Do you still hang out with her?
We still talk. Yeah.
Okay. So around this time, did you reach out to her about this friend request?
No. Did I reach out to her about a friend request?
About the friend request and direct, you had talked about how Mr. Gutierrez got a friend request from her.
I asked her about it. I didn't first reach out. I asked her about it. Yeah, I confronted her about it.
So around going to May now, around this time, you had testified that you weren't seeing Zach other than to drop off the kids, correct? Kid drop off, pickup.
At what time frame?
Let's say early May.
Early May. Yeah, I mean, we were communicating about pickup and drop off. So most of the time when I would see him, it would be during those times. Yes.
Council, can we just talk to council for just a second?
Continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Around early May, I don't want you to go into the specific details of why you were spending a lot of time with Mr. Anderson, but in early May, you were spending a significant time with him. And again, we don't need to go into the details of why, but you were.
Yes. There was a situation with our daughter. So that's
and we'll keep it at that. We don't want to go into any details.
Right.
And on May 7th, 2020, you had testified earlier that there was a incident where your daughter had a cell phone and she wasn't supposed to have one, right?
Correct.
And there had been a period of time before and after that where your daughter, to your knowledge, had stolen people's cell phones. Correct?
Objection, that sounds irrelevant. Why,
Um,
why would accusations against the daughter be relevant in this? In terms of
well,
the specific?
the
Accusation.
The original line of inquiry was about spending more time than usual, and then the witness actually started to volunteer more information. And Ms. Mueller said, we don't need to get into that, and now you're getting into it. What's the relevance?
The relevance is going to come out. Well, basically, the state's going to be arguing that someone gave the phone to Olivia, and I'm allowed to get into evidence that Olivia would obtain, or her daughter would obtain, cell phones by other means.
Well, they haven't argued yet, number one. Number two, they're not mutually exclusive.
Sure.
And at this point, anyway, I'm going to. So you can ask another. Somehow I thought I had ruled.
You did, Judge.
Yeah, well, that's when the chatter stops. Ask a question.
You then said around this time that you thought Mr. Anderson was tracking you, correct?
Beginning of May. Is that the time frame you're talking about?
Yeah, late April, early May.
Yes.
And this prior to you finding the cell phone in your vehicle that you testified about, you thought he was tracking you, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 268.
Thank you.
Again, this is Defense Exhibit 268. On May 9th, 2020, around noon, because it's UTC time, you had texted someone named Path and said, hey, ... think I can confirm he didn't put the tracker on my car yet. Last night when I dropped off the kids, he snuck a burner phone under the boy's car seat, correct?
Correct.
So who's Path?
A friend of mine.
Okay, and you at this point then, prior then, you confirm on this date, on May 9th at around noon, 2020, you are like, don't think he actually was put a tracker in your car. Correct? That's what you're saying.
No, I think he's still tracking me. I don't know that he put the tracker that he had on my car. So it says, I think I confirmed that he didn't put the tracker on my car, or maybe I can't confirm. I'm not sure. There's a lot of typos in there. So
I can give this to you, but I'm going to read it
Sure.
out loud again. You said, hey, think I can confirm he didn't put the tracker on my car yet.
Yeah.
That seems pretty straightforward in that you believe then he hadn't put the tracker because you found the phone, correct?
Not yet. He had not put it on my car yet. Correct.
So then up until the point that you find the phone, at that point you understand or come to some realization that Mr. Anderson hasn't put a tracker on your vehicle. At least you didn't think he did.
I wasn't sure. Actually, my friend is the one who I asked to check my car for the tracker.
And when he checked that car for the tracker, he found nothing, correct?
Well, he's not an expert. He just
Please
once
answer the
overchecked.
question which
So
was asked.
he didn't find anything. Nope.
it your exhibit 207?
Did anyone hear that? Oops.
State's exhibit 207. This was a text message string. Where Mr. Anderson, earlier we read this, or the state read it to you, about Mr. Anderson basically saying you're wearing too much makeup. Too much makeup and perfume for Charles, angry about pond water, had fancy jacket, hiding in the back of your ride, premonitions don't make me psychic, call me Zachariah when she feels good, denim shirt, ... Kenosha, correct? Do you remember going through these?
Yeah. So is this May 8th, just again, so we can mark it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So Mr. Anderson had actually seen you right before these texts were sent, correct?
Yes.
Because you had gone to drop off the kids.
Right.
So
Yes. You saw what I was wearing, correct?
So, indirect, the state had shown you two phones, one of which was a flip phone, one of which was a smartphone. Remember them?
Yes.
And you said that when on May 7th of 2020, you had found the smartphone, the burner phone, and that your daughter had that, correct?
Yeah.
Around May 7th, around May 8th,
Yes.
around that time.
Yes, she had one of his burner phones, yes.
And it was that same phone that your daughter had that you then found under the seat of your son's car seat, correct? Was that same phone?
I think so.
So then, May 13th, you have a conversation with Mr. Anderson about custody of the kids, where he says he's going to try to get custody of the kids, correct?
Yeah, that was I think it was either the 13th or the 8th, somewhere in there. There was that conversation, yeah.
And that conversation, that's when you gave that phone back to him, around that time frame?
I don't know.
So that phone, the smart looking phone, not the flip phone, Olivia, your daughter had it, and then you find it in your car seat. When do you give it back to him?
No, these were two very separate situations, so.
Okay, so I want to walk through it then. Around May 8th, you find this phone on Olivia.
So I found the phone on Olivia at a friend's house. I took that phone and gave it back to him.
When did you give it back to Mr. Anderson?
The next time I saw him, or I gave it to Olivia to give back to him, he got the phone back. That wasn't, yeah, I just gave it back to him. There wasn't anything about it.
Okay, so then after you find the phone in your vehicle, when do you remember a date or about when you gave that phone back to him?
When I gave it back to him, when I gave him the phone after I found it in the car.
I think everyone missed my little snort
I
for.
back to him, maybe a couple of days later.
Why didn't you just give it back to him right away? Like you did the first time?
Honestly, I just had enough. I was going to keep it, and I really just wanted to see what was going on. I really can't explain. It's a very stressful thing having somebody constantly tracking you and finding phones in your car. So I guess I just was very, I wanted answers and I wanted him to stop. And so I kept the phone, and I wanted to see if he was going to try to get the phone back and ask for it back. And that's exactly what happened. Is I knew that if I hung on to the phone, that it was a phone that was connected. So the other phones that he had were not in service. So this one was a particular phone that was in service, and it was one that he used to communicate with me. So I kept that one, and just an effort to kind of stop all of it. He didn't have the phone, then he couldn't put it in my car anymore.
So, but on direct, you remember saying about how Mr. Anderson, from the day that he texts you that going down to Kenosha, looking pretty, smelling good, makeup, whatever, until you gave the phone back, that Mr. Anderson continuously was texting you about the phone.
So he was texting me from his other phone, and he was calling me from his flip phone.
Inquiring about his cell phone.
Correct.
So you wanted the communication from Mr. Anderson to stop, and you thought it would stop, that Mr. Anderson, during that time frame, that the communication would stop if you didn't give his phone back?
I didn't want communication to stop. I wanted his stalking behavior to stop.
But you'd agree that had you just given him the phone earlier, those days of text message where Mr. Anderson's asking you if you found his phone and where his phone is, that could have been avoided had you just simply given Mr. Anderson his phone back.
Sustained.
So May 13th, 2020 happens. We talked about that. May 16th is the date where you received the text about you racing down to Kenosha at any point, correct?
Yes.
And on that day, Mr. Anderson had also had the opportunity to see you, correct?
If I dropped off the kids, then he saw me.
On May 14th, strike that, Rebecca Jekyll, or is that how you say your last name?
Yes.
Who is that to you?
It's my best friend.
Okay. And were you conversing with her about things that were bothering you about Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as, actually, give this to you now, but I'm not going to. May 16th, 2020. That was the day you had gone down to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment and met his children for the first time.
Correct.
And approximately what time did you arrive, if you remember?
I don't remember, maybe 6, 7, somewhere in there.
And you said that Mr. Gutierrez was making dinner.
Yes.
Do you remember what he was making?
Chicken nachos.
Okay, so he didn't order food in.
No, he made food for us.
Okay, was he making it on the stove?
Yes, he was in the kitchen making food. That's where people make food.
Seeing this on Mr. Gutierrez's stove when you were there on the evening of May 16th, 2020?
I don't recall. No, I don't remember seeing that.
That's where he was making the nachos, right? The parts of the nachos?
On the stove? Yeah.
And then you said that you then went to Dairy Queen, you did some rock painting with the kids, then watched a movie. What time were you there until?
I think I left a little after midnight or maybe before. Probably a little bit before. So maybe, yeah, a little bit before. Because I didn't get home until late.
And how long did it take you to get home?
It usually takes about an hour, but there was a detour. So it took me a little bit longer.
What was this detour?
I don't know, there was construction on Highway 20 or Highway whatever it is.
Okay. So like 11:30, around there?
Somewhere around there.
Okay. And when you were leaving, did Mr. Gutierrez tell you whether he had any plans for the rest of the evening?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
When you left, what did you observe Mr. Gutierrez doing?
The kids were there and they were getting ready to go to bed, or they were just, everybody was still there.
Back then, did you know an individual named Mike Campbell?
No.
Now, do you know who that individual is?
Yes.
And you've seen what he looks like?
Yes.
When you were there on May 16th that evening, did you see Mike Campbell there?
No.
So after you return home, the following day, you and Mr. Gutierrez are talking about what appeared to be just typical conversation, right?
Yes.
And the conversation that day went into the early evening hours.
Yes.
And the last text,
Was I snoring again? Sorry. Oops. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to call it, love. I can't keep my eyes open.
Defense Exhibit 257. I'll zoom in here.
I'm in bed.
On May 17th, 2020 at 8:33
Did I snore?
p.m., you receive a text from Mr. Gutierrez that says, I just dropped off Ava going over to Mike's for a little bit, right?
Yes.
And then you said, okay, cool. Well, then maybe text me or ring me when you leave there or something, right?
Yes.
And he says, okay, right?
Yes.
And you didn't get a call from him that evening, correct?
I did not.
You didn't call him that evening after receiving that text.
I don't. No, I did not.
And when he's saying this, he's going over to Mike's for a little bit. Do you know who he was referencing?
I just assumed it was a friend of his, so I don't know. I did not know who he was.
Now, do you have an idea of who that is?
Objection calls for speculation. The name Mike. Hold on.
Right.
The name Mike is an extremely popular name. Very common name. When I was a school child judge, it was the most common name of my particular age group, which is slightly older than me.
All right. Well,
For her to speculate about whether we have the right Mike or not is.
The objection is sustained. And that's an ideal point for which to break for the day.
Sure.
Oh, look at that.
Remember, tomorrow we'll start at
Probably like
9 o'clock. And
don't hold me to
in spite of the fact that tomorrow, as you know, is National Pie Day. In fact, I think it's International Pie Day. And
all right.
We won 4. And
that was good timing.
As it happens, birthday.
Alrighty. Oops. There we go. All right, my darlings. I'm sorry. We'll be back tomorrow. And hopefully do day 10 and 11 at the least. Oh, excuse me. Judge wanted to tell a story about a pie, yes. Too many blackbirds. All right, my darlings. Thank you for hanging with me. It's been a long one, hasn't it? What was actually beneficial? A couple of hours at least. So, and this one is 6.5. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. I shall sign off before I start snoring again. Yeah. Same time, same place, same pet channel. I'll see you then. Night.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests.